Boo. We return with a V. Very cool and very good. I need to stop streaming so late, goddammit. Ugh. That's what happens when I keep basically falling asleep. Fuck my life, bro. Fuck my life, man. But man, we're gonna be headed back to Factorio. It's been a while. I mean, we did finish PLZA. Good game. Like I said, it's a fun game. It's a good experience. Had fun. I'm just happy there's new megas. I love new megas. Megas are my favorite mechanic. Love that mechanic. Love that shit. What's up, 5 Blitzer? Oh yeah, Japan and Trump, right? He's doing his like dumbass little Asia tour right now, isn't he? Neat. Oh, man. Been a while since I've opened this bad boy. Man, we're having a little pop-off. Another little pop-off on the noob tube. It's nice. Put this bad boy here. Very small Republican Minnesota town, so I hear is Trump support. Well, yeah, like, you know, something, small towns that are ignored by the Republican Party. Or not ignored by the Republican Party, they're ignored by the Democratic Party, are the only things that are going to vote for the Republicans because the Democrats don't deem it worthy enough. Although honest to advertise in, but honestly, like, given how terrible Republican policy is, they may have a chance to go for, like, any district. Like, anything could happen. Although, to be honest, also nothing can happen. I don't know. This midterm season is going to be kind of whack, I'll be honest. Ugh. Cracking. Oh, also we're getting more soy fascism as well. A lot more soy fascism is happening. There's Factorio. We're getting a lot more fucking posts from They're like trying to Halo post more and more. It's like, it's honestly, it's just an embarrassment. Like, it was what? It's an AI commercial of like stop the flood. Not even on a mission that has the flood in it in Halo 1. And what? A dude, like, Master Chief and the Warthog with a dude, and it's just trying to murder. Or it is basically just trying to talk about how immigrants are like the flood, so a parasite that just want to kill people. It's just fucking demonic, dude. Isn't Brandon Herrera that fucking gun YouTuber who's kind of a dipshit, basically, if I recall correctly? Uh... Okay, I'll update these shitters. Another day, another update. Yeah, but he does a lot of anti-trans bullshit. Yeah, like he's a right-wing gun tuber guy, and most of those guys are idiots. They'll be principled on the Second Amendment. More often than not. Most of like libertarian sort of gun guys. But When it comes to general politics, they're pretty bad. Wakey wakey, it's time for school. Okay, I've seen there is clips out there. I don't know why you're defending Brandon Herrera so much, in particular. Like he's not great, in particular. But all right. No titanium plate, you say? What the hell is it doing? Coconut oil. So the next thing that we need to... Hello. Hello. This is new. Huh. So this mod, Rig mod, got its secondary planet, but it's an interstellar planet called Hieron. Well. Now that is interesting. I mean, the mod was talking about how it's 2 different planets. I can get lighthouses now? Plutonium productivity. Okay. That's new. Then it seems it's kind of weird. Okay. Strange. Refraction science pack. What the hell is the refraction science pack? Hyperloader, uh-huh. Dust-resistant Roboport. This lets me have Roboports and bots now on fucking Rig. Well, that's convenient. Diamonds. What am I gonna use raw diamond with? The recipe for this changed. Okay. Well. This is also changed. Okay. Containers might actually be worthwhile to... I'm gonna have to come back to this planet now. And there's a bunch of stuff we're gonna have to fix. Okay. I see. So we need to go back to Arig. I'm just curious, what's available on this planet? What's so interesting about this place? Space facilities? Ruby laser. Geode mining drill. Okay, quartz furnace. Burner mining drill. Hyaron. Metallic ore copper sifting. Sifters. Okay. Refraction ray collector. Polishing. So we need special Hyaron recipes and stuff. Polisher. Polishing compound. The polisher. What does it do? Okay. Okay. Extracting raw gems from geodes. Geode mining drill. Geode processing. Make ruby, sapphires, and emeralds. And polishers. Polishing science pack. So very interesting. So no cargo drops are enabled. So okay, no cargo drops on this planet. Big refraction ray collector. This is okay. What? Refraction plant. Fiber optics cable. Okay. What the fuck does this shit do? Particle manipulation. Alright. Beryllium. Oh, wacky stuff here. Space manufacturer. What does this do? Crafting speed of 1. 6 module slots. Beryllium coating. Refractory ceramics. He's better than the guy that supports legal immigration. I guess some of them want to get away from the drugs. Huh. I don't have any water. Well, thanks for the notification. I'm gonna go get some water then. What, better than the guy that supports illegal immigrants? I get some of them want to get away from drugs, but please complete the immigration regulation. And has a lot of problems in the borders. First, deal with them. Second, help the country in the Western Hemisphere. Is this something that Brandon Herrera said? Yeah, but he supports the Republican Party, who caused these problems to begin with. I get some water first, then. I'm drinking my way here. wacky stuff going on with this planet, it seems. A lot of wacky shit that I'm reading here. Okay, what the fuck is the exploration science pack? Okay, compression science pack, which apparently it's... So we have to go back and fucking fix this. We have to go back onto our rig to fix... And we're gonna have to fix this place. Because quartz... The quartz can't be used. I can also take a bunch of this shit apart and reorganize it as well. I have to do a whole fucking shit ton of reorganization. And I can finally make a mall in this area because I can use bots. Thank God I can use bots. Now, because of the dust-resistant roboports. Okay, what the fuck is the refraction science pack? This place has 2 science packs. Interesting. Okay. What a strange place. So guess what? We got a bunch of new science packs. Fantastic. The more science, the merrier, they say. Then there's the people who don't like that he supported Charlie Kirk without its own problems, just like the Hoffmans from Minnesota. Oh, he was a supporter of Charlie Kirk, eh? Okay. Like, never expect any principle from a conservative Phi Blitzer. Even if they pretend to have, like, some kind of principles on some things. Conservatives hardly ever have any fucking principles. These people are liars. They're charlatans. They don't generally believe in really of much of anything. Like, you can never take a conservative at their word. They lie about as much as they breathe. They can't be trusted. Because how many instances have there been of conservatives just being straight up grifters and liars? More than you can count. It's a consistent pattern of behavior with them. They can't be trusted. Nor should they be ever trusted. They're not serious. They're very often just grifters. I'm about to say, why am I running low on coconuts? Because this thing is stockpiled with wood that we have no way of getting rid of at the moment. That's the problem. Yeah, but I'm going to say this right now, Five Blitzer. You want to know who the people that exploded the national debt was? It's been the Republicans each and every single time. They're the ones who've blown up the debt and the deficit consistently. Trump alone has blown it up. Estimates have said currently it's about $11 trillion. $11 trillion. That's about a third. A third! And the Democrats have been the ones consistently lowering it. The Republicans, period, end of story, have always been worse. Period. Every single time a Republican is worse. They are liars. They are charlatans. They don't believe in anything except for subjugating people under their yoke. That's it. That's all that they care about. They are liars. The Republican Party. Nothing they say can be trusted because they actively lie about everything. Right? Okay. I need to make this an assembly machine. Which means we need assembly machines. And if you've seen any of my analysis into anything, Five Blitzer, you would know that I have plenty of criticisms and problems with the fucking Democrats. I do not like the Democrats. Right? I shit on Chuck Schumer, I think, every other fucking day. I shit on the leadership of the Democrats consistently. But there is one side that is much, much worse, and that is the Republican Party. They are significantly worse in comparison to that of the Democrats. That's not an argument. That is just a fact of life. That they are just worse. The Republican Party. What are you talking about? Tim Walz has done nothing? What do you mean? Free school lunches for all kids in Minnesota? That was Tim Walz. What else has he done? No, you should care. No, you should care because every other party besides the Democrats marginally care more about the material conditions of the people of the United States. Like this is nonsensical. Like what are you saying? Yeah, and he's also been passing a bunch of minority protections within the state. But fuck it. I mean, like, listen. I've not seen in a while what Tim Walz has done. We can look it up. Policies that Tim Walz passed. Signed in January 2023, Protect Reproductive Options Act. This law protects access to abortion, contraceptives, and fertility treatments in Minnesota. Considering Roe v. Wade was just overturned, he can do that. Of course, he signed a law for trans refugees. He made Minnesota become a sanctuary state for transgender individuals. Conversion therapy bans. Guess what? The conservative Supreme Court is starting to think about bringing back conversion therapy. He's protecting trans people and queer kids also from conversion therapy. He's also prohibiting PFAS, going after the forever chemicals. Passing stuff to fucking fight climate change as well. Of course, there's the free school meal stuff. Data privacy laws. These are things that Republicans will never do. In fact, they'll make those issues worse. They make those issues way, way worse. Just because a Democrat's not flashy about it doesn't, like, I don't know, jingle the keys all that much about it. Doesn't mean they're not doing anything. Tim Walz is just not having as big of a media presence about it. He's similar to Bernie Sanders in that particular respect. Bernie Sanders, for example, he's known as the Amendment King. Very often he will take his name off of legislation. He will very often take his name off of legislation to give it a higher chance of fucking passing. No other Democrat is like that. Democrats are only focused on their own celebrity and their own adulation. No one else does that. Now, in the case of like Tim Walz, it's a little more difficult to do that, of course, because of considering that he's the governor, he has to sign off on a bunch of stuff, but he's done a bunch of good for the state of Minnesota. So much so it's probably going to stay consistently blue. I don't know, like if you're just listening to a bunch of like dumbass propaganda, but I don't know, like did you watch like too many like Joe Rogan AI meme videos or some shit? I don't know. They sometimes protect people who should get thrown in the wood chipper. Like who? And what do you mean? Assembly machine. Yeah, you want to know who generally is doing that? That's Republicans tend to do that a lot more often. And they also tend to be the child molesters themselves way, way more often. Like we can go into the news, for example, and look up stories of this Republican molested this fucking kid. It's like, oh well, news at fucking 7. Oh, another not very surprising thing by another fucking Republican, and a consistent pattern of behavior with these people. Okay, now that we have this thing, let's make some calciners. So we need the mining drills to get iron and a bunch of other shit. I mean, who are you even watching? A lot of charlatans and grifters out there, 5Blitzer. A lot of those guys. Okay, let's start making these calciners. And start making some iron. I think that's the plan. A lot of right-leaning gun tubers. Yeah, those guys are not exactly the best at giving great political takes. Like, if we want to complain about partisanship, those guys are also incredibly fucking partisan themselves. Very, very often. They're not above board. They're not any better in comparison to people who are partisan Democrat. In fact, very often they can be worse. So ultimately, grain of salt with all these kinds of things. Well, okay, here's another problem, Five Blitzer. You're thinking in this, in too much of a binary again. There is no good or evil in politics. There's only interests. That is it. No one is good, no one is bad, no one is neutral, no one is this or that. It just depends on what values you ultimately hold and want to see be achieved, right? There is no such thing as someone who is a good or an evil. Like, that's just not how politics has ever operated, ever. Ever. It just depends on your values. If you think that I don't know, like right wing like gun people are good on guns or stuff like that, uh, then you can agree with them based on those like particular principles. Or depending on like the economy, you like, I don't know, general sort of like left-leaning policy, so you're more likely to lean to support the Democratic Party because you can see them as a vehicle who's more likely to achieve those sort of goals. There is no good or evil in politics. There are only interests. Only and, interests and ideology. That is politics in a nutshell. That has always been politics. One should never think in binaries when it comes to politics. That's a mistake. Gun rights, solid schooling, lowering tax rates for the average person, then you are more likely going to support the Democrats. Because they believe in those things as well. As much as people like to pretend about the Democrats want to take away the guns, no, they just want to have some legislation for guns. That's what they want. But given the ridiculous partisan nature that we currently find ourselves under, people are going to lie about that. Because they, too, also have their own political goals. Then you'll have, like, some dumbasses like Beto O'Rourke sometimes saying that he's going to advocate for a gun buyback program in Texas, which I don't think is going to work, even though I do not disagree with a policy like that. How many big cargo bays do I have? That's more than enough epic cargo bays. Okay, so we can send the Void Dragon back to get those upgrades. It would fail horribly. That would give them broken guns. What, a gun buyback program? Yeah, it wouldn't work. There's too many guns. That's the problem. Way too many guns in the United States of America. There's more guns than people, for fuck's sake. However, common sense gun legislation, such as more background checks and stuff, are popular amongst gun owners. They agree with that. Which the Republican Party is explicitly against. But the Democrats are for. And the broader, and everyone in America is also for that as well. Why don't I get these solar panels as well? Might as well, since we're here. Not a bad thing to do this either. Yeah, well, I mean, in my opinion, personally, you should not have that many guns. That's fucking insane to me, obviously, but I mean, it's your right as Americans to have that many fucking guns. Like, I still think that's crazy. But it doesn't really surprise me. So, I mean, if you want to have that many guns, then sure, yeah. So long as they're being, like, stored properly and everything, you have licensing for it and all that shit, that's fine. Whatever. That's how it works in Canada. It's exactly how it works in Canada. You can have a bunch of different guns. Certain guns are banned because they're just like, yeah, you don't need these kinds of guns. Like, we just recently banned handguns, which I was just like, I don't know why we did that, but I mean, sure. It doesn't address the problem of crime because it's material conditions. That's what's causing gun crime to increase in Canada. The fact the economy is really bad. Not guns, but I mean, okay, whatever. And we hardly have gun crime in Canada. But we still have people with guns. It's pretty common. The only one I don't have access to is to the self-defense pistol. Gotcha. Still, 13 guns for 6 people is insane. Like, what are you gonna do with that many guns? I mean, you can always go shooting in, like, the middle of a field or whatever. I mean, that's fine. That's cool. But, like, I know with, like, most Republicans, they think they're gonna use it in, like, a self-defense situation. And that happens, like, every now and again. It's not like it's abnormal, but it happens every now and again. But, I mean, it's more so, like, if you think about it this way. Because there's like a deeper issue that you can people can broadly think about more and more and more. In terms of, well, what has made it and led it to the position where it's just like, I mean, you know, you need to be able to do everything possible to defend yourself with the guns or whatever. It's like, well, why is that? Why do you need to have access to so many fucking guns? Like, why do you have to always have that many guns in order to defend yourself? Like, for what purpose? Against people? Who's doing that many, like, attacks on your family or whatever? That seems fucking wild to me. Yeah, a lot of it is hunting stuff, right? But then I also have to ask the questions, like, do you need that many guns for hunting? I guess for 6 people, sure. All of you are going hunting. But how often do you go hunting? Because I know hunting, that's a seasonal thing. Like, that's my broader thing with, like, America and guns. It's one of those situations where it's like, you guys just have, like, your priorities are just kind of out of whack. Okay, well now I basically have infinite fucking storage. My storage is massive now. So we took care of that problem at least. Okay, so I have 17 of these things. I want more. "12 for hunting, only one is for self-defense." Yes, different caliber for different animals because a 22 is not going to kill an elk. The 6.5 cred more is. Okay. Well, see, that makes more sense then. And 6 people, what? You have a hunting shotgun and a hunting rifle for each. That's still a lot. The only set of people that I knew who had guns just had some shotguns and they just used it for shooting. Just going to like a range and just shooting at like clay targets, and also for the occasional hunting trip, and they just use shotguns, and that was it. Because that's all you could get that's all you could pretty much get your hands on in Canada. Because it's just like, well, that's all you really need. And also, we have pretty tight regulations for as to when people can hunt and stuff like that. Because we have a big problem here. Obviously, we had a big problem here with overhunting because of the British and the the Hudson Bay Company. Like, beaver were almost hunted to extinction, for example. Yeah, so it's similar up here. Because you can get your hands on hunting rifles and stuff. Just depends on what you're hunting. Okay. Husks. So we can turn coconut husks into coal. We can turn wood into coal. Those will be useful. With coal, we turn that into carbon. What exactly can we use carbon for? Because this thing, this calciner is definitely good. We can use this to make iron plate, advanced steel smelting. I'm just curious. What's the difference between these? 1.5 steel. So double the output, like I figured. Of course, you need activated carbon. AR-15 platform for fun shooting. Well, yeah. I mean, that, sure, yeah. Fun shooting, you can just shoot for funsies. Makes sense. Very common in America for people to just shoot shit for fun. We also need fish so we can make... we also need fish so we can make some calcite. Because we need that to make concrete. Because we need concrete so we can make, a bunch of other shit. Okay, so the first thing I definitely want to take care of immediately is all of this fucking wood. I'm gonna start turning that shit into coal. Because this seems to be a somewhat decent sink for all this wood. And coal is definitely going to be way more fucking useful. Because eventually what we're going to do is we will eventually have power infrastructure in this area. We're just not doing it right now because we don't want that smoke of all the shit. What's your biggest problem in America? Oh, the biggest problem in America. No, I don't agree with that. I don't think America was built off of, like, the humble American owning guns in order to resist tyranny. I don't think so. The American Revolution was won by a disciplined chain, an army that was used to just be a merry band of militiamen that eventually became a disciplined army under George Washington. That is a fact. Is that a lot of chattel slavery? That is true. See, a lot was done and a lot was sacrificed in order to be able to have that sort of position. It's 12 coal per second. Okay. this. 1.26. Okay. It's about 15 coal per second then. Yeah. So, biggest issue in the United States of America. To answer the question. That's something that, like, it's a very simple question, but it's a difficult one to answer because America just has so many fucking problems. Also, Boy Meets Minute, there was a bunch of changes that happened, and we have another new planet. We got a new planet that came along with this shitter. It was always Arig and Hieron. Hieron is now finally here from the updating. So, we have a new planet. And we also have to go back here. And we can finally use bots on this planet. We have roboports, we have bots access now. So now we have to fix this. I have to come back here and... well, reshuffle, reorganize, tear up a lot of shit. And that's going to be really annoying. The Europeans came here to make money off the natives that Columbus met then enslaved. Well, initially, the reason why Columbus went out west was they wanted to find another way to get to the Silk Road, to get to Asia, to get to China and India without having to go through the Ottomans. Because the Ottomans were very, very effective tollmen. Very, very, very effective middle tradesmen. You wonder how the Ottomans were making a ton of their money, being incredibly fucking rich, taxing European merchant vessels that were trying to get access to the Indian Ocean through, specifically, through Egypt. That's how the Ottomans made a fuck ton of money. So the Europeans wanted to get around that. So they had a vested interest in basically, okay, can we figure out a way to basically get around the Ottomans? We just want to get to Asia, and we don't want to deal with the Ottomans. Fuck them. Because they're just taxing the fuck out of us. And we don't want that anymore. And so, what they basically, there was a bunch of tradesmen, not tradesmen, but like, let's call them entrepreneurs, who were interested in trying to figure that out. Christopher Columbus was one of those guys. He made proposals to not only the Italian monarch asking for money, which he didn't get, but also the Spanish monarch saying, like, I'm willing to sail out west, to sail all around the world to get around the Ottomans and everything. We have the technology, I just need the boats. We can do that. And the Spanish monarch was just like, okay, sure, why not? I'll fund this venture and I'll give you 3 boats. What, the Nina, the Pinta, Pina, or some shit, and some other fucker shitter, and some other shitter. Columbus then went out west and found the Americas. They initially thought it was India. They were wrong, obviously. It wasn't. Columbus came back and said to the monarchs, after obviously, you know, interacting with the Taino people, taking back some slaves, yada yada yada, and was just like, oh my god, this place is like, it's like a fairyland, and there's riches everywhere. We can just go there. And the Spanish were interested in that, and so they funded more and more ventures out there and started to build colonies out there. Because remember, who made it first to the Caribbean and South America was the Spanish. They were the ones who got there first. And then it was the British. Yep, the West Indies, because he thought it was like... because they thought that the... It was completely different. No, because they thought that they were hitting Asia. They thought it was Asia, but it wasn't. Until they explored more, and then they learned more about the map, blah, blah, blah. They were just like, oh, this is a completely separate continent. This is completely different. You know, basic geographical history, yada, yada, yada. We all know this. Fucking hiccups. Okay, coal. We can finally turn all this damn wood into something useful, that being coal. Which is great. Inserter. I make burner inserters, which means I need iron plate. I don't have iron plate. Of all the things to not have. Need more sealant. I need more pipe. Alright, so that's coal. Coconut. Colonies started a war with Britain at the strongest military force at the time of attacks from the French in the Indian War that George Washington started. I need to do this. Right, we need fuel for these putos as well. Right. Yeah, so, basically, you're talking about the 100 Years' War. That's the specific war, that you are talking about that essentially bankrupted the British. Now, the British went bankrupt, and they were hemorrhaging money everywhere because of the 100 Years' War. And as a result of that war specifically, what the British have to do was they were trying to, as a way to take care of that, they were levying a bunch of taxes from the colonies instead. That's what the British did. That's where you got the stamp tax initially, and the Americans didn't do anything about it initially. And then eventually, when it got to the tea tax, that's where they started to care. That's the whole taxation without representation. That's where it comes from. Alright, we got coal now. These things seem to be pretty quick. Not bad. Yep. Alright, we got coal. 15 coal per second. It's not terrible. Of course, we can easily scale this up. These calciners, I like this building. This is a good building. It's a good building. Very analogous to the other thing. What we need now is a bunch of mining drills, because we need to now make some iron. We're just going to make smelting columns. Are these things better than foundries, though? That's another question. Can't exactly get an accurate measurement. Oh, though I'm a little curious. Let's see. Do I have beacons? We can test to see. I don't have any beacons down here. And we can just send some down here. It's fine. There's no cost to that. I remember now we called the French and Indian War because it was only fighting the colonies. It's called the 100 Years' War. Well, it's because it kind of lasted about 100 years. That's why it's called the 100 Years' War. Did it actually last 100 years? Not exactly. It's a little complicated. Blah, 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 blah. History is a silly thing sometimes. Okay, it's not counting it. Okay. That much iron. But the foundries... Yeah, they make significantly more in comparison because it's a two-step process with the foundry. The foundry benefits from 2 instances of 90% productivity, right? Because you get the molten stuff, then you get the plates. This is just getting the plates. It's only benefiting from 1 instance of productivity. So these buildings are good, but they're not as good. But not bad, though. 28 per second's not bad. Yeah, though the only contribution us Canadians ever had, I guess, in terms of tensions with the U.S., that's burning down the, because that was all us. We did that shit. We will take credit for burning down the burning down of the White House. Okay, that was us. We did that. Giga Chad, Canada. Fuck those dumbass redcoats. I will call them slurs. Boy Meets Mini understands. Boy Meets Mini also will call the redcoats slurs. Won't you, Boy Meets Mini? I think Boy Meets Mini's not here. Damn you, Boy Meets Mini. You have failed me yet again. No, I prefer to think we're doing a little bit of a Canadian nationalist sort of meme here. That was all us. We did that all. That was all us. It was only us. We did that. Canada #1, folks. Many such cases. We're the best, obviously. Ooh, and what I can do now is I can just burn away and get rid of a bunch of this excess wood. Yay! Because I have so much fucking wood, I want to get rid of it. Well, I want to get rid of it because we have too much. Too much wood must go. Too much wood sitting around not doing anything. Well, with World War II, that was more a combined effort. That was not really a US solo bolo on that one. That was a combined effort. Now, if we want to just focus on the Pacific Theater, I can agree with that. Yeah, that was all the US. That's what I'm saying. I see what was causing that problem there. Well, that fixes that. You don't have any fuel. Now you do have fuel. There we go. Yes, Japan was mostly the US's dealings. Those didn't close out the no. The nukes didn't do shit. The only reason why the nukes did that is pure US propaganda right there. Nukes didn't do shit to end the war. The war was already over by the time Okinawa happened. The shit was already cooked. The nukes were basically an excuse on Japan. Were basically an excuse for the U.S. to flex to be like, "Hey, Soviet Union, look at this little shiny thing that we have here. Look at this. Look at this." And that's that. The nukes had nothing to do with ending the war in the Pacific Theater. That's propaganda. Because at that point in time, for example, um, there were constant fire bombing campaigns being done by the U.S. Air Force. B-17 super bombers. Not even. Nah. Nukes were not the nail in the coffin. The fire bombings were the nail in the coffin. And they killed a lot more people in comparison to the nukes. Historians, broadly speaking, agreed that the nukes were ultimately unnecessary. It's like, yeah, they were just basically a way for the United States to tell the Soviet Union, hey, look at our big fancy thing that we have, and that's it. That was the purpose of the nukes. I should probably, I kind of want... Sure. Yeah, listen, the Israelis, they have their own economy. If they want to buy U.S. weapons, they can buy them. But otherwise, they shouldn't get any U.S. weapons. Sure, yeah. Let's pull up the fucking Zohran rally. Sure. I mean, like I said before, the stuff that the Ukrainians are generally getting, uh, in particular, is stuff that's about to be decommissioned. It's all NATO tech. So it's cheaper to send it off to the Ukrainians in comparison, and just have it like be used with the Ukrainians in comparison to fucking having it be decommissioned. It's cheaper that way. So instead of have spent doing the expensive process of taking apart that equipment, disarming it, yada yada yada, and having it just like sit in warehouses where it also has to be maintained, just give it to the Ukrainians instead. They could use it way more. So fuck it. And you guys in those particular districts can justify an increase in manufacturing jobs. It's a win-win-win-win-win. It's the easiest fucking win, fiscally speaking, morally speaking, ethically speaking. It's the easiest thing on the fucking planet to do for like literally no fucking like reason whatsoever. It's just like, yeah, it's just a win. Just win. And well, you just get her done with. If you're an up and If you're an up-and-coming female content creator with a small but growing audience, and a much larger and successful male content creator approaches you out of nowhere, there's a space between the know and the where, and showers you with attention on stream and DMs, etc., don't walk, run. I can definitely agree with that. She's based for saying this? AO based? Oh, a tweet from a big VTuber saying, yeah, if you're getting you're a small female content creator with an up and coming audience, if you are starting to get DMs and attention from a huge male content creator, that's automatic red flag, run. And it's just like, yeah, definitely. But right now we are getting the Zohran Mamdani rally. We're just gonna talk about that shit. Unfortunately, that can be hard to avoid. That is true. 3 hours long. Okay, I don't think I can. Okay, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. We're only gonna watch the fucking Zoran shit. Probably Bernie, AOC, and maybe Kathy Hochul. I'm not. Okay, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're just gonna watch the important people. Yeah, it is probably a huge party. I mean, what? Venue was packed, sold out, 13,000 people. And all the lefties were there as well. Majority Report was there, Hassan was there, Stavros was there. Yeah, 13,000 people. It was 13,000 people. Yeah, we're just gonna listen to the big mans. So our Bernards are AOCs, and we'll throw in Kathy Hochul as well. Curious to see what she says. Those are gonna be the highlights, I think. That's not happening. Trump is too much of an idiot belligerent to get a deal done. Even if he were to get a deal done with the Chinese, what's gonna happen? He's gonna just like neg on it, 1,000%. Like that's the easiest bet, easiest fucking bet. Fuck yeah, you guys are wallahi cooked. Yeah, why should the Chinese accept the soybean deal with the US, right? Like we just negotiated a trade deal with the fucking Chinese. Thank God. Finally, about time. Cut up the US. Fuck these motherfuckers. We just negotiated a trade deal with the Chinese. Like it's cooked for you guys. Canada jumping ahead? Yeah, we are.
It's time for Canada to start to embrace the greatness that is Xi Jinping thought. We're going to start importing the book, folks, and selling it to the humble Canadian proletariat.
Yeah, top she. What was I saying? Right, there's no, like, they've already taken care of their soybean shortfallings by making deals with the Argentinians and the Brazilians, right? So why bother? Most soybeans are for feed, though. We don't grow as much of the kind used in, say, soy sauce or tofu. Oh, yeah, you don't. It's all about cattle. Shut the fuck up. We're almost at 280 subscribers. We've been fucking going. Some things have just been popping off lately for me. But yeah, we're almost at 280. I'm getting closer and closer to King Leonidas 300 looking head ass. That's me. And I guess I've been I guess I've also been getting a bunch of, I don't know, random bullshit or something. I don't even know. Wow. Bernie Sanders. I didn't notice. Because I don't even know if you follow me on Twitter. Imagine calling it X. What kind of, like, fucking libcuck shit is this? Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. Imagine calling that shit X. What are you, fucking liberal? Are you a cuck? There's full Bernie speech. There we got Bernard Sanders. Are you critical tech theory, Boy Meets Mini? Yeah, you're critical tech theory. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're fucking critical tech theory, you fucking putis. You thought you could get away. Y'all motherfuckers think you think you're slick. You ain't slick. I know who you are. I'll clock you instantly. You nice PFP, dude. There you go. Dude, like, listen, this is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, Twitter's like a shithole app. Like, this application is complete dog shit. Absolutely. Objectively the worst fucking app on the planet, alright? It's all about rage bait. and Nazism, and then e-girls. Okay, that's all that. Those are the only things that matter. All right. Oh, and I guess if you want like a VTuber shit or some shit, whatever. It's not about having discourse on this fucking goddamn on this platform. That's pointless. Okay. Even before Elon's takeover, it was also still pretty fucking pointless. Wasn't as bad, but it was still pretty pointless. The only reason why I'm never leaving this platform and I'm never going to Blue Sky. Blue Sky is it's just boring. Fucking boring to me. Why the fuck would I ever want to go on Blue Sky where it's all just like boring ass like cuck liberal memes and shit? Fuck that. That's boring as fuck, okay? I want blood. I want fire. That's what I want. I want violence. And that's why I will never leave. I will never leave Twitter. Ever. Ever. Kick is great. Fuck Kick, dude. Kick is a platform where literally like the CEO donated to the stream of the dude who fucking ended up dying. Do not touch Kick with a 10-foot pole. Absolutely not. That is red flag of red flag. You do not touch Kick with a 10-foot pole. And also, it's the same platform that's had multiple, and I'm gonna say it again, multiple pedophilia scandals. You do not touch that shaitan. That's shaitan. That's demon ting shit. Yeah, because there's not as many people on Kick in comparison to Twitch. That's probably why it doesn't crash as much. So what do you mean by crash? Like it buffers or something? I've hardly ever had Twitch crash. Kick in terms of as a platform is significantly worse than Twitch. That's not a question. Oh, okay. We're talking about mobile app because the desktop app is perfectly fine. No problems with the desktop app. Like the ad spam's annoying, but that's every platform. But the on desktop it's great. No problems. No, at full crash, should people go over 100 people? Like 100 viewers? What do you mean? Ugh. Yeah, I've not seen that. AOC. It's on my phone, you don't know? Okay, yeah. Then it's just, yeah, the Twitch mobile app is dog shit. Yeah, but that's because most mobile apps are dog shit. Twitch mobile, well, okay. It used to be good. I used to use the Twitch mobile app all the fucking time, and it was quite good. But now it's gotten bigger. There's more features on it. It's not optimized well to have all those fucking features, so it crashes a bunch. That's the problem. Is this the full speech of Kathy Hochul? Oh, she has like 10 minutes on there. Okay, cool. Yeah, she's there for like 10 minutes. Okay, cool.
Come on, let's do this. Red or black? Of course.
I love gambling.
That's the 1000th time.
And I'm betting on zero. I won.
Epic Bets, VIP experience, no gimmicks. Download the app, TonyBet. We're here to play.
Suck my cock. We're gambling. This is Factorio, and we gamble in Factorio. In about 2 hours worth of shit. Probably not actually gonna be 2 hours. iPhone, Apple products. Ugh. Okay, I don't know if you know this dude that I'm gonna mention right now, Boy Meets Mini, but it's like this former Marine dude, and he's like a black dude who's like gigantic and super fucking jacked, and is incredibly fucking aggressive. The dude is probably one of and the dude's like a good cook, and does collaborations with like a bunch of other like cook dudes as well. And the dude is just so fucking funny to me. I keep seeing that dude's fucking clips appear on like fucking Facebook, and every time I see that dude, it just makes me laugh. He's always like, "Respect the food." He's so funny. I'm like, this guy is fucking based. Absolutely fantastic. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I have to fucking shit on this guy. Be Angry Joe. Mad Halo is used. Okay, because we have to fucking talk about like 3 IQ moron, like anti-woke conservatives. What? Be Angry Joe. Because everyone's pissed about the fact that ICE and DHS is basically trying to use Halo right now to justify their deportations and shit like that. Mad Halo is used by conservatives. Composer of series is conservative. Doesn't matter. Game's entire plot is a religious allegory. Yes, that is true. Flood Ark, Halo, old Bible references. Kind of, but okay, yes. Technically speaking, yes. Plot is defeating beings who invade and impose their religions and ways upon humanity against their will. That's wrong. That is not the plot of Halo. That's not the plot of Halo, you fucking absolute troglodyte. Point of series goes over this head. These people are retarded, guys. No, that's not the plot of Halo. The plot of Halo is a fascistic right-wing fanatical cult, that being the Covenant, having an evangelical belief within the Forerunners, thinking them as their gods. They are Christian evangelicals, the Covenant. that want to impose their religion upon literally everybody. And they see that there is a contradiction within their evangelical belief. They misunderstand the term reclaimer. They thought that they are the reclaimers, when in reality, it's humanity who are the reclaimers. So they're just like, well, fuck. This fundamentally challenges the power and fundamental belief of our religion. So now we have to genocide humanity. This isn't about immigrants invading the country in order to fucking have the to impose their own way of life on Americans.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Yeah, this. Like, I've read Halo lore. It's insane. It's incredibly incomprehensible, but that's not the lore of the game. No, this is someone on Twitter. Some anti-woke dipshit called Endymion. Except that is not the plot of Halo. Here's the plot in reality. We'll do this in a green text format. Be the Covenant. Be the Covenant. Be the Covenant. Discover Forerunner tech. Because it's essentially on to discover the Forerunner tech first. Develop. Develop. Discover Forerunner. Develop religion based off of that tech and writings. Misinterpret writings. Misinterpret writings of the Forerunners. Okay, be the Covenant. Discover Forerunners. Develop religion based off of that tech and writings. Misinterpret writings of the Forerunners. Learn in reality that it is humanity who inherits the mantle. Who inherits the mantle responsibility. Okay, I don't have a blue check. Ability. Learn in reality that it is humanity who inherits the mantle. Be the Covenant. Discover Forerunners. Develop religion based off that tech and writings. Misinterpret writings of the Forerunners. Learn in reality that it is humanity who inherits the mantle of responsibility. Figure out this challenges their evangelical cult-like religion. Do not want power to be challenged. Do not want power to be challenged. Genocide humanity as a result. Figure out that this challenges their evangelical cult-like religion. Do not want power to be challenged. Do not want power to be challenged or cause a schism. Genocide humanity as a result. Because his argument is he's saying that the Covenant are immigrants. No, they're not. They're not immigrants trying to immigrate into the UNSC. Nothing about this is on immigration. Nothing on this. No, he's just an anti-woke moron. Nothing on this is about. Oh, and also, the dude didn't even fucking ever like. This is how you know this guy does not understand how to do fucking green text format. You always have to end with my face one. Stupid. If anything, this is about him imposing If anything, this is about him imposing his way of life on everyone else. Cause a schism, genocide humanity as a result. Nothing about this is on immigration. If anything, this is my face one. No, I'm making fun of this moron because he doesn't know his Halo lore. This is like basic shit. He has no idea. Nothing about this is about imposing. On Twitter, the White House and the GameStop are doing some like stupid LARP shit, basically. That's why. Like, this guy's a tourist. He doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. I know my Halo lore. I've played all the games. I've listened to highly detailed, well-documented videos about Halo lore because it's interesting to me. And this guy is completely... Like, he does not know his Halo lore. Figure out that this challenges their evangelical cult. Do not want power to be challenged or cause a schism. Genocide humanity as a result. Nothing about this on immigration. Nothing about this about imposing... ways of life or culture on anyone. My face one. There. I did the meme. If anything, this troglodyte. If anything, this troglodyte's saying this. If anything, this troglodyte is owning his own. Not owning. I'm just gonna say destroying his own point. If anything, this troglodyte in his final point is destroying it. In his final point is destroying his own position. Because in reality, he is the Covenant who wants to impose their culture and way of life on everyone else. The irony will never not be lost on conservatives. I should add Chariot with this one because she'll like this. She likes Halo.
She's a bit of a Halo fan, which is base, because I also like Halo.
Alright, there. Have fun with that. Nobody knows how the fuck this shit works. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, China is also listen, if we can get another Top G moment, but China is now requiring people to have a degree to have to do political commentary. Oh my god, thank god. They're regulating influencers. That's so fucking thank fucking Christ. Honestly, as much as I do not like this, thank God. Because a lot of like dumbass motherfuckers need to stop doing political commentary. Because most of these people do not have the ability to just fucking talk about this shit. It's so stupid, man. Yes, Endymion is a just rage baiter, anti-woke dipshit, but I can't resist. I have to attack. It's my duty to just attack these people because I hate them. And I mean, it's in line with my goals overall for 2025, and that is to just get in as many fights and just get into combat with people as much as possible. I'm gonna be honest. Yell at, make fun of these like stupid anti-woke dipshits who have no idea about what the fuck they're talking about. Because they don't know what they're fucking talking about. Okay. I've gotten the fucking rally that we needed. Listen, health and safety first. It's important. grab this so I can drag it over here and get it out of the way. Whoa. I mean, you say that now where you talk about how much you do not care about your health and safety, but you'll regret that. My cousin was going to run in the Chicago Marathon this year, but docs told him no 18 months ago. He collapsed and couldn't walk for like 3 months. He recovered through physical therapy and other procedures. Yep. Do you want to deal with months, if not years, of fucking therapy? That could be expensive. Because you do it now, you're going to regret it later on. And you're going to have to spend a lot more in order to basically take care of that shit. No. All right, then do it and suffer the consequences then. I don't know what else to say then. It is what it is. Anywho. All right, what we got here? Big Zohran Mamdani rally where he has a bunch of the hits, I guess for lack of a better term. With Bernie, AOC, Kathy Hochul, a bunch of other characters. I think Brad Lander also shows up and he decides to hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, at a potential running into Congress into Dan Goldman, another sort of like centrist neoliberal Democrat in New York's 10th district. I've been saying this before. That man, Brad Lander, should just run within Congress. Like, listen, he wasn't successful in the New York mayoral city race, right? That's fine. It's totally okay. He should definitely fucking run in the House. Absolutely. And I think he'd be great. I think he'd be a fine House member for the fucking Democrats. Progressive, he's a solid candidate. Definitely better than fucking Dan Goldman, who's worthless. He's shitty. I guess it's like a summary of like Brad Lanter specifically. But we have a bunch of characters here. We got Governor Kathy Hochul, I guess, starting it all off. And we also have the speech by AOC, Big Burn Dog himself, and obviously Big Man Zohran, the man of the hour right here, of course. The whole stream itself was about 3 hours. I don't want to go through the full 3 hours, mostly because I want to get the main cast of characters. I'm most curious to see what they're saying and whatnot. And yeah, just get like, a vibe check. Because recently, we all know about the sort of like ridiculous Islamophobic fucking attacks that Andrew Cuomo is like desperately trotting out in order to try to go after Zohran, because for whatever reason he thinks that's going to work in 2025 New York. It's not 2001, Andrew. That shit's not gonna fucking fly, okay? I don't think New Yorkers are, broadly speaking, very interested in the ridiculous Islamophobic attacks, especially considering the current Cheeto that's in power right now. And the fact that you are working with him so fucking closely in order to do all these, like, dumbass Islamophobic attacks. I don't think, generally speaking, New Yorkers are very, very interested in all that stuff. And that shit was already not very fucking popular to begin with. But, you know, if Andrew Cuomo wants to continue digging the fucking grave of his fucking campaign, I mean, he can keep doing it. It's no problem to me. As far as I'm concerned, people like Andrew Cuomo, they should just fucking suffer. Yeah, let's be honest here. They should just fucking suffer for their stupid sheer idiocy. But what do we have here? Kathy Hochul blasting Trump and Islamophobia at the rally for Zohran. Oh, by the way, I think like all the lefty content creators are there, like Matt Bernstein, Hassan, Stavros, all the fucking I wonder if like Majority Report was there as well. All of them are there in attendance at this rally, and this rally was packed. 13,000 people of all different walks of life, religions, cultures. It was a whole tapestry of the human experience, which should tell you, hey Democrats, you want to be able to build an effective coalition. I've been saying this consistently. There's only one person that represents the vibe shift that is necessary for the Democrats to be successful overall in politics, and that's being done by Zohran Mamdani. But what do we have here?
Agenda, Speaker of the New York State Assembly, Carl Hasty, Leader of the New York State Senate, Andrea Stewart Cousins, and Governor Kathy Hochul.
Copyrighted music.
Hello, New York.
Hi, Kathy.
Here we are, everyone. It is great to see everyone. Tonight, we are here for one reason. Are you with?
Oh, what are people... Okay, I remember this was a thing that happened, right? A bunch of people were chanting, tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich. Because, well, it turns out the sheer, like, I guess, stoogery of the fucking goddamn Trump administration, is, broadly speaking, a lot of people have had enough of that fucking shit. Nobody wants to deal with the fucking Trump administration and just, like, the sort of, like, a criminal oafishness, buffoonery, and thuggery that is currently being represented by the fucking Trump administration. People are fucking sick and fucking tired of the just criminal buffoonery that is currently on display with the current administration that's in power. People have had enough and they don't want it anymore. People want to see the rich be fucking taxed. No one, and I mean no one, fucking likes the fucking rich. People have had enough of them. And they just want to fucking tax the shit out of them and be able to actually live a fucking goddamn normal life. And that's what it purely is. Like, these motherfuckers, like, it's over. Like, honestly, I think it really is just over for broader sort of, like, neoliberal sort of capitalism. It's not a good look. Like, and I mean, this is kind of like I want to say it's just basically kind of inevitable that people were eventually just going to get sick and tired of the bullshit and be like, okay, we've had enough. You know what? It's time for something new. The shit's clearly not working. We want something better, more equitable for everyone else, whether it be like, I don't know, democratic socialism or some kind of like more progressive sort of politics, you know, whatever. It could be basically fucking anything, but people have, broadly speaking, they have had enough of the just, I would say, general sort of like oafishness and buffoonery that is currently on fucking display with all these like stupid motherfuckers being done with the current annals of power. People want something new. That's what they want.
Do you want to elect Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of New York? Well, then I'm in the right place. Because in so doing, electing him as our 111th mayor, we will change the course of history.
People.
And it needs to be changed. Because right now, I don't mean to take you all down to a dark place. This has been a really uplifting experience. But right now, our city and our state and our country are under attack by Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington.
True.
I mean, they're literally not just taking a wrecking ball to the White House. They're taking a wrecking ball to our very values, our people, and our progress. Get this. Donald Trump literally said, the shutdown is about killing democratic priorities. Now, what are those priorities? No, this gets bad. This gets bad. Killing food assistance for babies. Yeah, it really sucks. Killing money for seniors to pay their utility bills. Killing health care for New Yorkers already struggling to take care of their own lives. And even
Okay, I'm not expecting any, like, listen, for Kathy Hochul, she's purely doing this because she can sense the fucking political winds, okay? That's why she got in line with Zohran's campaign, right? Like, we've talked about this before. God, I forgot just how much of, like, a charisma void she fucking is. But, yeah, I mean, she at least has the political wherewithal to recognize that, oh, yeah, I need to get in line with fucking Zohran, otherwise I'm gonna be fucking cooked politically. So I need to get in line with this fucking man right here, because otherwise I am fucking cooked. Absolutely fucking cooked. And you know what? Good, yeah, bend the knee, capitulate. Listen, like, people, generally speaking, they have had enough of the general sort of, like, a neoliberal sort of austerity politics that currently exists with the current form of fucking politics. People just don't fucking vibe with neoliberalism anymore. It's a failed fucking experiment. That shit is fucking over. People want something way, way, way better, way, way more fucking inclusive, way, way, way more fucking progressive. People have just they've had enough. They've had enough of the sort of, like, oafishness, the buffoonery of the current sort of, like, system that's right now being implemented. And, well, they want something else. They want, like, progressive liberalism, social democracy, I know, democratic socialism, what have you. Like, it can be basically fucking anything at this point. But people have had enough. They've had enough of the buffoonery and the oafishness that's currently in power right now. And people want some change.
killing Planned Parenthood until we came in with money to keep it alive, because they don't give a damn about women and their health care and their rights to an abortion. They're also killing major infrastructure projects, putting tens of thousands of hard-working union members out of work. Oh, friends, it gets worse. What about the ICE agents flooding our streets as we speak?
Oh, it's always going to be a good line.
Canal Street, Queens, the Bronx, they're everywhere, and they're terrorizing innocent people. And we have had enough. Now Donald Trump says, oh, we're going after the worst of the worst, the baddest of the bad. They're splitting up families, and let me tell you this actually happened. They took away mothers of babies who were nursing them and separated them. This is how cruel they are. Okay, how do you top that? Now, no, it continues. It's going to continue. It's all bad. Now, they're going after our Attorney General, Tish James. They go after Tish.
From what I understand, Letitia James is quite popular within the state of New York, right? People do not like the fact that she is being gone after by the fucking Trump administration. I'm not really sure, like, why is Letitia James even... I guess because of her prosecutions of Donald Trump? I guess, probably. I can understand that, yeah. I mean, you know, Donald Trump is like a miserable sort of, like, wretch, let's be quite honest here.
James, they can come after any of us. But here's what they did not count on. Here's what they did not count on. They always forget this about us. When we get punched, we fight back, and we fight back hard. We don't just fight, we win. Because time and time again, New Yorkers have been knocked down, and we get up stronger, louder, and more resilient than ever before. So I'll be fighting every day with my partners on the same side, Andrea Stewart Cousins, and our Speaker Carl Hastie. Give them a round of applause. But you know what? Oh, we need something. Here's what we need.
There's the tax the rich fucking chance there specifically that every sort of, like, dumbass conservative was having, like, a conniption about, basically. I remember, like, Kathy Hochul in response to saying, like, I thought they were saying let's go Bills or some shit, which is just, I mean, you know, because Kathy, I mean, she is a neoliberal, right? Like, she knows who breads her fucking butter, but again, like I said before, she is a political opportunist. The only reason she's hitching her ride with Zohran Mamdani is because she knows, and can sense where the political winds are fucking blowing, and she doesn't want to get, caught out by the, political tsunami, I guess, that is Zohran Mamdani, and wants to make sure that she's on his fucking good side, because otherwise she would have a very, very challenging time in her gubernatorial race that she's gonna have against something Delgado. I'm really bad with names. I don't remember the name of the dude that's going to challenge Kathy Hochul for her position. And so Kathy, she knows what's up, and she's getting in line, unlike the rest of the sort of like Democratic fucking establishment.
Oh, you're fired up. You're fired up.
Antonio Delgado. Thank you,
Can't do it alone. We need a fighter
You know how bad
in
I
City
am with
Hall
names.
who wakes up every day ready to punch and fight for the working people of the city, and that person is Zohran Mamdani.
True.
And this is because Trump's America runs on fear and cruelty and division. But New York, we run on hope and compassion and optimism that never leaves us. So I say we are the state that does not back down, and I'm going to be working closely with Mayor Zohran Mamdani. But you know what?
Now, ultimately, okay, well, I mean, we'll see if this is all, if she will hold up to that sort of promise, right? Because as we all know, and this was like mentioned by like the fucking Flagrant podcast of all people, and they are correct when they bring this up. It's just like, are you going to be able to fucking work with Albany, right? Albany is the state capital of New York State. You can correct me if I'm wrong there, Boy Meets Minnie, and that is where the seat of power of the New York State government is right now. I don't know if it's like ever changed. I don't know why I'm saying right now. Okay, you know what I fucking mean. Okay, shut up. Fuck you. So for the time being, Zohran, he knows that he has to work together with Kathy Hochul in order to pass his fucking agenda, right? In order to get the funding necessary for some of the stuff. Here's the thing. Let's be honest here. Because of how effective and strong and how big his political movement is, how much of a political earthquake Zohran Mamdani has, generally speaking, been in terms of his fucking campaign, he knows that he can basically, I don't know, for like lack of a better term, take advantage of just how popular and how charismatic he is, how effective he is at rhetoric and influence. Sure, we can go with like influence as well. He knows how effective he is at being able to talk the talk and potentially even walk the walk, right? Ultimately, as we all know, the question is specifically with Kathy Hochul. And it seems like, at least for the time being, she's going to probably bend the fucking knee, which is only going to benefit, well, Zohran Mamdani, right? We all know this. So I mean, it's good. It's good to see that ultimately it seems like Kathy Hochul is seemingly going to fucking capitulate to Zohran Mamdani, who is the person who is way more fucking popular in comparison.
Well, you know what I admire about him so much? Now think about this. Zohran, come on. But you know what you should take inspiration from? Think about the fact that every single time people have forced him to endure hatred and threats, trying to use his faith or his name as a weapon. You know what he's done? He doesn't get out in the gutter with everybody else. He rises up with grace and courage and grit. That's the kind of leader we need. That's what we need. Because that Islamophobia and bigotry and hate-filled speech, that kind of bullshit doesn't belong in New York. And
Real?
I see in him someone who sees a New York that is affordable because we want to live here. We want families to grow here. We want them to prosper. So we need more housing. But you know what? Here's something I can tell you about personally. New York's first mom governor, we need more child care. And it has to be universal. Child care for everyone who wants it. So here's what we're going to do.
Real? You tax the rich.
Crowd is fired up.
Man, they really want the rich to be
All right.
taxed.
I can hear you.
Man, fucking Bill Ackman. Yeah, he's like seeing what's going on. He's probably having like a schizophrenic fucking meltdown. Like, no, they're saying to tax the rich. To tax the rich. No. Like that's what like I'm imagining right now. It's like, oh my, he's like swaying back and forth in his chair like this, like. No, my city is being lost. It's being lost to the communists, to the fucking red freaks. Like that's like what's like playing out in my head constantly. And honestly, it's its peak. You know what? Because fuck these motherfuckers like Bill Ackman. You know, like I have had enough of all these like stupid rich fucking freaks basically taking over the annals of fucking government and making everything much worse for fucking working people for the past way too long. 5 decades. So, you know what? It's time for a return back to the New Deal. New Deal style fucking Democrats. Time for you guys to start paying your top marginal fucking tax rates, motherfucker. Time to fucking pay up. You've had all that success, all that fucking money. Well, guess what? No more. Pay up, motherfuckers.
I can hear you.
Back to the
But
good
here's
old
my friends.
50s.
You want to see Zoran or not? Listen, I got one plea for you. I love to see this energy and this passion. And for those of you who've not been involved in the voting or even campaigns before, I am so excited about what is going on here. But I need you to do something. All right, one more thing, my friend. This is about this November's election. But take that energy, that passion, and take it into 26 so that we can take back the House of Representatives, take the Senate, and take back our country. With your help, we will. Elect Zoran, and we take back America. Thank you, Queens. Thank you, New York. I love you guys.
All right, so that's Kathy Hochul. Listen, nothing fucking special. All right, obviously it's Kathy Hochul. She's a bit of a lib, but hey, you know what? Good. People should be in fear of the political earthquake that is Zohran Mamdani. Let's be quite honest here. The fact that he has so much riz, so much political energy, so much charisma coming into this. I think it is generally speaking, a good thing that all these motherfuckers are going to, let's be honest here, fall in fucking line with the dude who is significantly more popular than they are. It's gonna be great. It's great. It's fantastic. But we got AOC as well. Now, obviously, as we all know, AOC, she during the primary was a bit of a more late endorser of Zohran Mamdani because she was trying to hedge her bets with both Brad Lander and Zohran Mamdani. She was not very certain. She eventually ended up going with Zohran Mamdani when Zohran Mamdani more or less came out and showed that he's the guy, he's the main one who's probably going to win the Democratic primary, right? Like, you know, we can hem and haw about the sort of like lateness of the endorsement or whatever. She ended up making the correct move. We all know in the back of our minds and our heart of hearts that that of course being AOC, has further ambitions. She wants something greater, whether it be Senate or presidential. Now, it's a lot of rumors that it's going to be a presidential run that she's thinking about. And I don't know how to feel about it specifically. I still think it might be a little too early, right? Because not because of any of the Republican attacks. The Republican attacks, they're going to be like stupid.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made the fuck up. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be as effective. I think it might be a little too early. Not like, quote unquote, I guess not quite her time yet. I do think that she should eventually run for the presidency, but the main criticism that's going to be levied against her is the fact that she's going to be seen as way too inexperienced. Yeah, 2032, I can agree with that, Boy Meets Mini. I think like it would be better for her to have at least one term in the fucking Senate. And that's my personal opinion, right? Which is why I thought it'd be a lot better for her to run in the fucking Senate, which I guess that would have meant that Chuck Schumer, I think, is up for re-election in 2028. So 2036 then for the presidential run. I think that's fine as well. Whatever. I think it probably would be a lot better because that could really assuage a lot of the not much experience in politics criticisms that are inevitably going to come out, which I would argue are not very effective, and I think like AOC would be able to effectively deflect that sort of argument. But we all know how it is with the American electorate and the public. They are really fucking stupid, and arguments like that can be effective on them, which is I mean, very, very fucking stupid. But, you know, it's gonna be... I'm trying to think what the best term is here. It could potentially be a sort of position that lands, I guess, for lack of a better term. I guess, despite the fact that I think it's a stupid angle of attack, but it could potentially be an effective position. Because here's the thing. She's never going to lose her House seat. That's not happening. Like, I don't think so. She's got way too much gravitas, way too much name recognition, way too much fucking money. She's never losing that seat, ever. She doesn't have to campaign a day in her fucking goddamn life, ever again in New York's 14th district. No one's going to be able to fucking take that seat from her. She's way, way too popular amongst her own constituents. So, she's set. If she wants to have a career in the House for the rest of her life, she could. She could do that. But it's pretty clear that she does not. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the tone from... This is what I've heard on the fucking grapevine from the TL, that the tone and sort of rhetoric that she's using here seemed very, very presidential. Now, I'm going to be the judge of that ultimately myself, obviously, and we'll see what exactly is sort of laying out the sort of like indicators and sort of like tone for that specific. That's mostly what I'm going to be looking out for. Because we all know she has ambitions for fucking higher office. Again, like I said before, given all of the sort of political goodwill and political capital that she's amassing, specifically with the Democratic Party, like very often she raises a lot of money and she often sends extra funds to the DCCC and the DNC for the express purpose of being able to help Democrats win in purple districts. This is a way, this is quite literally how you play politics within America specifically. It's all about the money, obviously, right? She's moved a bunch of money to be able to try to help other Democrats be able to win their seats, which is a way to build a lot of goodwill with the party in order to potentially stave off any of their attacks, right? If she were to hypothetically run for higher office. Because we all know the Democratic establishment will definitely come out in full force to try to stop an AOC candidacy within the fucking primary, right? Because she is way too attached to the hip of fucking Bernie Sanders. They will try to do everything possible to fucking stop it. But as we all know, this is a good way to potentially stave off any of those kinds of attacks. I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, a little bit of a ramble for too long. Why don't we take a look at the speech itself? Goes on fire, blasting Trump and backing Mamdani. Why don't we take a look? More copyrighted music! All right, news channel. Can we not be granulated?
And it is
Can we fix this, please?
Great to be gathering with you all tonight in Queens, New York, the world's borough, the jewel of America. Just in this slice of New York City alone, we represent over 100 languages and cultures. We welcome people of all religions, faiths, and creeds. We honor all genders, races, orientations, and status. And here, we defend immigrants. We are a working people's borough in a working people's city. And all of that makes us a fascist's worst nightmare. Queens, we gather here today at both a perilous moment for our country and on the precipice of hope for our city. Because in 9 short days, we will work our hearts out to elect Zohran Mamdani as the next mayor of the great city of New York. And it is going to take all of us. But to be honest, it always has. That we are all here in this moment, during this time, is not a coincidence. And it is also not a coincidence that the very forces that Zohran is up against in this race mirrors what we are up against nationally. Both an authoritarian, criminal presidency fueled by corruption and bigotry, and an ascendant right-wing extremist movement. And an insufficient, eroded, bygone political establishment, this time in the form of Andrew Cuomo.
whose pursuit of power has blinded them from what that power is supposed to be used for in the first place, which is to aid and put the working people of America and New York City first. And Queens, both of these challenges.
I'm starting to see where the accusations of this seemingly being a pitch for a presidential run is starting to come from. I might be seeing the vision here a little bit in terms of like the rhetoric that's on display right now. I think we can all sense what's essentially being put out here. Yeah, she's bringing a lot of the national positions into this. I think she's gonna make a run for the presidency, I think. So that's gonna be interesting to see.
Are fueled and funded by the same billionaire class whose apparent greatest fear is an equitable, affordable, and prosperous nation and city for all, not just the very few. But we have been here before as a city and a country, and we have won before, and we will win again on November 4th. Because Queens, it has always been in our nation's darkest chapters that our brightest lights emerge. And we, each and every one of us, whether we like it or not, are living history today. From our nation's beginning, American democracy has always reflected the struggle between humanity's highest and lowest natures, between subjects and citizens, the Confederacy and the Union, freedom and bondage, labor and capital rights and regimes. And it is no different today. The struggle of our time today is the single most unjust concentration of wealth in the hands of the very few, unseen in our nation's history and the world's history.
I mean, she's
and
cooking
it is a
right
time
now.
such as this, in which demanding what should be considered the most basic tenets of human dignity, that is considered a radical and outlandish act. It is a time such as today, when demanding affordable housing is considered a radical and outlandish act, that we can afford our lives, our groceries, our transit is considered an outlandish and radical act, that we accept our neighbor as ourselves, a radical and outlandish act. But we must remember, in a time such as this, we are not the crazy ones, New York City. We are not the outlandish ones, New York City. They want us to think we are crazy. We are sane. To demand an affordable and decent housing, a decent wage, the right to health care, that we pay to care for our people instead of the flattening of Palestinians and oppressed people abroad is not a radical act. It is basic and core humanity.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to get the sense of what's going on here. Yeah, this is a fucking pitch for higher office, I think, as well, right? Not only for in support of fucking Zohran Mamdani, but also for fucking higher office, I think. Bringing in specifically Israel-Palestine into this as well, because that is a big, like, we could, not like, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, right? Like, this is objectively a good thing, because again, if, for example, if you are if you're pro-Israeli nowadays in the Democratic Party, you're cooked. Like, you're cooked. You should be actively shunned. You should be actively fucking shunned from being able to hold any fucking form of higher office. And yeah, like, Daho, you're being kind of cancel heavy. That's kind of messed up, bro. Is it? There's a fucking genocide that's still going on right now. Israel is currently bombing Gaza as we fucking speak, my man. And listen, we could complain about, like, how I'm using a fucking logical fallacy in this particular instance, but dude, like, children are starving, and they are getting fucking murdered right now, dude. Like, unironically, and it's still happening. It's this stupid LARP cope, dumbass ceasefire attempt that the Israelis attempted to fucking put together. Yeah, it's a complete cope. It's a complete fucking nothing burger. And obviously, the Israelis immediately went back to trying to bomb the shit out of people. Because again, you know, for the Israelis specifically in all of this, it's all about the fucking subjugation. They just want to take all the land for themselves. That's always been the fucking case, right? That's not hyperbole. That's not me being silly or ridiculous under any circumstance. The point of all of this has always been the fucking ethnic cleansing. And people in the Democratic Party, they've had enough of it. They don't want to see any more fucking children constantly getting fucking murdered anymore. And you know what? That's base of fucking New York for wanting, honestly, basic dignity for the fucking Palestinian people.
That is why the election of Zohran is as important as our cause today. Childcare, buses, rent, and our rights. Here in New York City, it is the jewel and the center of all that is possible in America. And on November 4th, we will prove that today. We will prove it to the world, and we will prove it to the nation. And we will send a loud message to President Donald Trump that his Authoritarianism is no good here. We will send a message that to ICE that secret police do not belong here. And we will demonstrate the heroism that exists in the everyday people throughout our city. Heroism like that we saw last week, a young woman in a polka dot dress standing up to a secret police officer in Canal Street.
Oh yeah, that shit was fucking based, by the way. Like, let's be honest. Yeah, there was a woman who basically was just completely shitting on and just cussing out a fucking ICE agent, saying like, "What, you want to arrest me? You want to go after me? What, you want to beat the shit out of me? Okay, fucking do it, you pussies. Do it. See what fucking happens." I'm just like, this is some real fucking queen shit. Yeah, absolutely, fantastic. Because again, quick reminder. Eric Adams because there's a corruption probe onto fucking Eric Adams right now. In order to make sure that he is, he stays off any, political corruption charges. Because, again, he is Turkey's strongest fucking soldier. He loves Turkey. He is Turkey's strongest soldier, as we all fucking know, Eric Adams. He loves Turkey. He loves Turkish money. He loves taking all those briberies. His dumbass was slated to get fucking indicted on corruption charges for the fact that he is as corrupt as he is. And as a result, in order to accept some kind of deal to make sure that he does not get prosecuted for his corruption charges and his dealings, decided to allow the Trump administration to go ahead with deployment of ICE within New York. Keep in mind, New York City is a sanctuary city. They have sanctuary laws on the fucking books. Federal agents are not allowed to just come in and randomly start arresting people. However, if the mayor decides not to enforce any of those laws, and the NYPD does not agree with the fucking sanctuary state laws as well, then, fuck it, who gives a shit? We can have ICE go around and gallivant and basically throw a bunch of people in fucking chains and in jail in order to have them be fucking deported. And Eric Adams has no problems with this whatsoever. Like, he's totally okay with throwing a bunch of brown people that he seemingly has a problem with in fucking jail. He doesn't care. He's an incredibly, and I mean incredibly fucking corrupt mayor. So, yeah, fuck it. If it means that he can stave off his fucking goddamn corruption charges, and not have to deal with any of that bullshit, okay, sure. Hey, Trump, you want to send your boys in order to start rounding up families of immigrants and start throwing them in fucking chains in order to get them fucking deported? Okay, yeah, fuck it. Go ahead. Go right ahead. Genuinely, just like complete corrupt, like New York sort of politics dealings that Eric Adams engages with, every day, seemingly. And it's like, honestly, it is about as fucking New York as it fucking gets. Let's be honest here. The sort of nature of the dealings that Eric Adams has taken in order to stave off those fucking corruption charges, and also in order to justify the fucking pardon that the Trump administration is letting him have. Like, it is, honestly, it is about as fucking New York as New York gets.
Is New York City. The young man in a white helmet jumping off his bicycle saying, "Not in my neighborhood," that is New York City. The line cooks and the delivery workers every day serving and making sure that we are clothed and fed and our children are cared for, that is America, New York City. That is who we fight for. That is what this victory is about. Because New York, America, our freedoms and our future. When I think about what is happening throughout our nation today and what Donald Trump has even done, reflected, symbolic of so much in his demolition of the White House and the East Wing, we see what he's doing to that, and we must let him know that this injustice...
Yeah, by the way, real quick, just to talk about that specifically, it seems like Donald Trump basically wants to do nothing else in terms of, like, solving the fucking shutdown that he fucking caused, and just would prefer to fucking focus on a gaudy fucking Marie Antoinette-esque fucking ballroom, and would prefer to have the American people just let them eat their fucking cake, little bros. Just... the American people, yeah, they can eat cake. You know, fuck it. I don't have to care about SNAP benefits for the American people. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Let them eat cake and let them suffer. It's genuinely fucking insane.
Justice, no matter what he's doing, that house doesn't belong to him, New York. It belongs to us. It It belongs to the people of this country. And I want us all to remember and to know that the future, our future, is not determined by a despot in a house built by enslaved people. Our future will be determined not in a house built by slaves, but in a city built by freemen, in a city built by unionists and immigrants and suffragists. The bricks laid by working people past, present, and future, the seamstresses and the unionists who paid for our rights in blood. This city was built by the Irish escaping famine, Italians fleeing fascism, Jews escaping Holocaust, Black Americans fleeing slavery and Jim Crow, Latinos seeking a better life, Native people standing for themselves, Asian Americans coming together in Queens.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to get an understanding of the vibes here. I'm perceiving in terms of the fucking rhetoric here in particular. Yeah, she's gonna try to run for president, I think. I think she's gonna try to run for president in 2028. That's gonna be interesting to see how she will end up going up against Gavin Newsom. Someone who, fundamentally speaking, is... If we want to talk about sleazy fucking politician... and the definition of that, Gavin Newsom's fucking picture should be appearing in everyone's mind instant fucking taneously. Like, that's 1000% gonna be the fucking case. I'm curious how many young people will actually sign up to vote, because that was a huge for Zohran. I think in the first day of early voting, it was about 30,000 people, I think, came out to vote. And that was the first day. I think it's about like a week and a half, and it's all from Zohran fucking strongholds. It's mostly been fucking Zohran Mamdani. Mostly been Zohran Mamdani voters that have been coming out in full force to vote for Zohran specifically. Because, what's the population of New York? Let me double check. It's like a couple million, right? Population of New York City. Sure. 8 million people? Okay. 8 million people. How many people can vote in New York City? How many people can... It's probably about 2/3 of the populace. Plus, if there's a bunch of illegal migrants, so a bunch of them probably wouldn't count either, because they can't vote. Probably about like 5 million people are eligible to vote. Something like that. You also have to be a registered Democrat as well, I think, in order to vote in the fucking elections, I think. I don't think we're going to know how many people exactly. So, let's say about half of the populace, right? Make it easy. About 4.2 million people can vote, right? Starting off with about 30,000 of them coming to early polling on day one. Assuming that all of them will even go out to vote, or even have the prerequisites to vote. I'm not sure how many people, like, because, I don't think you need party affiliation. Okay. I'm trying to think, because I do think that Zohran Mamdani is probably going to clean Andrew Cuomo's clock. Like, I don't think it's going to be close at all this election. I think he's going to be completely fucking cooked. Like, I'm gonna be quite honest. It's not, like, I really do not think this election's going to be close at all for him. Like, I think he's gonna get fucking completely and utterly annihilated. It just depends, I think, on just how many people are gonna come out. I don't know exactly. Cause it was not a very high amount of people that came out to vote in when was the last election? In 2020? Not a lot of people came out to vote for anyone within the New York City mayoral election. But yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I guess we'll just kind of have to wait and see what exactly is going to happen. Like, there could be a bunch of shit that can go down in terms of the amount of people that decide to come out to vote. But I do think, like, I do still think, in my heart of hearts, that people will come out in force to vote for Zohran Mamdani. I really do think that, though.
In Brooklyn, in the Bronx, in Manhattan, in Staten Island, in this country, in a vision to build the freest, toughest, and greatest city on earth, and we will not stop now, New York. It is no surprise. NYC, baby, NYC. It is no surprise to to me, New York, that it is New York, and that it is our great city, that we, our city, have chosen to adorn ourselves with the nation's greatest monument to freedom, the Statue of Liberty. And she reminds us every day that the central commitment of America is an unconditional freedom, precisely of the kind that cannot be bought, that is available to the huddled masses yearning to be free. This is America, New York City. Don't let them tell you any different. Don't let them tell you that we are the exception. We are the rule. We are the standard. We are the acceptance, and we set the bar for America. I'm talking to you, Donald Trump.
She's gonna
There
run,
has been a day
man.
before his presidency, and there will be a day after. And it belongs to us. Thank you, New York. I love you, New York. You have made my life possible, my mother's life possible, my father's life possible. All of our lives have been made possible by this great city and by our shared contract and bond to one another. And it is my honor tonight to introduce to you all another great born New Yorker. From Brooklyn, Senator Sanders and I
Bernard.
recently came in. We were in Indiana last night. We both paid a visit to the home of the great Eugene Debs.
Oh, Eugene
I had the honor
Debs. Interesting.
of presenting Senator Sanders last night with the National Eugene Debs Award, in which the foundation and the people who steward Debs' legacy have honored Senator Sanders as the foremost leader and advocate for labor and class struggle in the United States of America. And it remains such a great privilege and honor to call him a friend, a mentor, a treasured person that we have, and a New Yorker, that's right. And so I know we all love him so dearly. And so let's make sure that we give him the biggest rousing welcome that he receives this year in introducing Senator Bernie Sanders.
Bernard, big burn dog. The big burnster himself. Yeah, I don't know, Boy Meets Minnie. I think she might run for president, dude. I think she might run for president. That's the vibe I'm getting, my man. Like, I think she's gonna do it. I'm gonna be quite honest. Like, that was some fucking national level, like, speech and rhetoric right there. I think that's gonna be the ambition. Bold. You know, they do say that fortune favors the bold very, very often. I'm here for it. Way, way better than fucking Gavin Newsom and I don't know, whatever other people might decide to trot out to give their attempt at the fucking presidency. You know, I'm for it. Cinema, honestly. But yeah, she's fired up. She's ready to go. I mean, overall, I mean, it's a good speech. Like, no, it's not really. But I wonder who's gonna primary. I think Schumer's gonna retire. Boy Meets Minnie. I think he's gonna retire. More than likely. And someone else is gonna fucking take that seat. I'm gonna be quite honest. I think he's gonna retire because he's just too old at this point. And some other fucking dipshit's probably gonna take it instead. I mean, we can like theorize about that all day or whatever. Like who the fuck knows, to be honest, if that's actually gonna who's gonna be the person rather. But yeah, I do think like she's definitely gonna try to make a run for the presidency at this point. Like I like the vibes are there. I'm gonna be quite honest. The vibe is definitely there. But we're gonna move on now specifically to our boy, the big burn dog himself, the man, the myth, the legend. He also showed up there. You know, one of the earlier endorsers of Zohran Mamdani, has given a lot of advice also to Zohran Mamdani. And, I mean, we'll just see. We'll just see what exactly happens. I'm curious to, I don't know. I don't think Bernie Sanders should run for the presidency again. I think he's just too old and he should just, like, chill. Yeah, I think he should just chill, basically. And, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see exactly, what happens in terms of Bernie Sanders. Because I think he's also probably going to retire soon. I mean, he is in his fucking 80s or whatever. But anywho, yeah, he's also having a speech here during this big Zohran Mamdani rally. He was one of the earlier sort of endorsers of Zohran back when he was, well, not as prominent of a fucking goddamn figure. So, I mean, why don't we take a look and see what the big man himself has to say.
Thank you, New York. Whoa. And let me thank the people of New York for sending Alexandria to the U.S. Congress. She is not only one of the great members of Congress, she is inspiring working people and young people all across the country. Thank you, New York. Now, everybody knows that a New York City mayor's race attracts a lot of attention. That's not new. It's the largest city in the country. You got 8 million people. Everybody is interested in what happens here. But this mayor's race, my friends, is different. It is not just the folks here in New York City who are paying attention. It's not just people all across our country who are watching this race. Mm-hmm. It is not just the President of the United States who seems to be very, very concerned about who wins this election. The truth is that people all over the world are paying attention to what will happen here a week from Tuesday. Now, why is that? Why has this campaign created such an unbelievable amount of interest, literally all over the world?
I wonder why.
And the answer is obvious. These are not normal times. This is not a normal election.
That's true.
This election takes place in a moment in American history when we have a rigged economy with more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of our country.
Real?
This election takes place at a time when the wealthiest people in America have never, ever had it so good, while 60% of people in our country are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to pay their rent or mortgage, struggling to afford childcare or higher education for their kids, struggling to afford health care, struggling to afford decent quality food, struggling how to figure out how they will retire with some shred of dignity after working their entire lives. This election takes place when the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty and senior poverty of almost any nation. And when in this rich country, 800,000 Americans, including many veterans, are homeless. This election takes place at a time when we have a president who has given $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, has given $900 billion in tax breaks to the largest corporations in our country. And to pay for those tax breaks, he is throwing 15 million Americans off the health care they have by slashing Medicaid. And in addition, he is forcing over 20 million Americans to see a doubling in their health care premiums.
Current
This
shutdown's
election
going
is taking
down.
place when we have an administration in Washington which every day is moving us toward an authoritarian society, undermining our Constitution and the rule of law. This election is taking place when we have a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires in both political parties to select the candidates they want and to buy elections. Ordinary Americans get one vote. You get one vote. Meanwhile, billionaires get the opportunity to spend as much as they want to elect the candidates they want.
True.
That is the context in which this election is taking place. That is why this election is so enormously important, and that is why Zohran Mamdani must become the next mayor of New York.
No, not Zoran. He's
New
scary.
York must have a mayor who represents the working families of this city, not the billionaire class. The reason why this campaign has generated so much interest around the world and so much excitement is that people want to know the answer to one very simple question, and that is, in the year 2025, when the people on top have never ever had so much economic and political power, is it possible for ordinary people, for working class people, to come together and defeat those oligarchs? You're damn right we can. And let me tell you something else. At a moment when Americans are extremely distressed about where we are as a nation, economically and politically, a victory here in New York will give hope and inspiration to people throughout our country and throughout the world.
He's spitting right now.
That is what this election is about. And that is why Donald Trump is paying attention to this election. Ordinary people, working class people, black and white and Latino, Asian, gay and straight, coming together to take on the oligarchy. That is Trump's worst nightmare. And what Trump and his oligarchic friends know, that if New Yorkers come together and elect Zohran, we can do that from California to Maine. We can defeat the oligarchy. And what the oligarchs fear, what they fear is that people will start understanding that this country belongs to us, not them. And all over the country, when people are inspired, when people are standing up to power, they will ask some very simple questions. Why are we, in the United States, the only major country not to guarantee health care to all as a human right?
True.
Why aren't we paying our teachers the salaries they deserve? So that we can have the best public educational system in the world. Why aren't we doing what used to exist in New York and all over this country 70 years ago? Make public colleges and universities tuition free. Why in the richest country on earth aren't we ending homelessness and building 5 million units of low-income and affordable housing?
I'm truing
Why
that.
don't we make it easier for workers to join unions? And why don't we raise the national minimum wage to a living wage? And when so many of our seniors are struggling...
Yeah, there's not really much to say here. Like, again, this is I mean, listen, we've seen enough Bernie beat. This is like this is standard spiel, right? Very, very standard. Nothing too out of the ordinary. This is about as normal burn dog as it gets, right? Like, there's not really a ton to sort of like commentate on here in particular, because this is Bernie. He's been consistent on this for years, decades, even. Like, this is pretty fucking normal. Nothing completely out of the ordinary here.
To cover their basic needs, some 22% of seniors in America are trying to survive on $15,000 a year less. Why aren't we raising Social Security benefits and providing pensions to the workers in this country who desperately need them? And why don't we have a foreign policy which does not spend billions of dollars on a Netanyahu government starving children in Gaza? In other words, my friends, a victory for Zohran will help Americans understand that in the richest country in the history of the world, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Now, the oligarchs and the political establishment in New York tell us that Zohran's agenda for New York is radical. Really.
So radical,
when working
folks.
families in this city are finding it hard to live here because of the outrageously high cost of housing, I don't think it's radical to say that the city should freeze the rent and triple its stock of affordable housing. That ain't radical. At a time when working families
I know, she's
can't
radical
afford
to me,
the high
Bernie.
cost of childcare, and psychologists tell us the most important years of human development, intellectual and emotional, are 0 through 4. Why shouldn't we have a situation where every child in America gets the best quality childcare we can provide?
I don't know, it seems radical
That ain't
to me,
radical.
Bernie.
Taking care of our kids, it's not radical. At a time when getting to work is too expensive, and we want to encourage more utilization of public transportation, it is not a radical idea to say that buses in this city should be free and fast. At a time when every parent wants their kids eating good, quality food, not junk food, and there are neighborhoods in the city where it is simply not affordable or possible.
Oh,
to get-
dude, listen, the fact that all the, like, God... Hey, remember when, it was,
Michelle Obama said that the kids need to eat healthy. God damn it. Like, listen, you can't be having kids eat healthy. They can only eat junk food and drink their soda pop. It's very important. Listen, the only thing that kids can drink and have is just soda pop.
You know, another funny thing about that in particular, I always find this to be hilarious in my mind, is... you know, you have, like, Republicans consistently complaining about how kids on, like, food stamps should not have access to, say, for example, soda or fucking Twinkies or some shit. Because you have... this is all talking points, quite specifically, from the 1980s. The welfare queen shit, okay? This is a consistent pattern of behavior with the fucking Republican Party. This is all fucking welfare queen rhetoric and bullshit and whatnot. This is a played out fucking playbook that's been in place for decades at this fucking point. Yeah, produce is very, very fucking expensive. Yeah, like because the point of all this ultimately is to just cause the suffering of working people. They don't like working people. They hate working people. The point is that instead of dealing with the problem of poverty that exists within the United States of America, what would the Republican Party prefer to do? Just kill off all the poors.
Well, they're dirty and they're stinky anyways, and I don't like them. So, fuck it. Just get rid of them. Who needs poor people? Poor people, what are those guys? I have no idea. But did you know who poor people? I don't know who those guys are. They seem kind of weird and stinky to me. So, fuck them. Who cares about them?
But yeah, like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you invest in Snap, for example, the return on investment in Snap is gigantic. It's enormous. You always get an incredibly high return on that fucking investment. But it doesn't cause poor people to suffer. For the Republican Party, it's relatively fucking simple. If it can cause the suffering of the poor, of the people who are needy and need assistance in their lives, not very pious of you Republicans, very, very anti-religious from these people. Very, very interesting, of course. But, you know, these people are complete, utter hypocrites. We can talk about how hypocritical the fucking Republican Party is till, like, the cows come home, right? If it can cause the suffering of poor people, yeah, they'll do it. They don't give a shit. But as has been stated before, the amount of money that you get in return on investment if you provide funding for SNAP is incredibly fucking high. But at this point, you can only operate off of the assumption that for the Republicans, it's all about the suffering. They just want people to suffer and fucking die. Well, and it's crazy because they will say that we don't want the government involved, only the church would help, or should help, and then they want the church to become part of the state. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Like, listen, that's why I consistently say that these motherfuckers, they don't believe in anything. They believe in nothing. The only thing that they care about, ultimately, is maintaining that system of hierarchy and fucking control. That's it with these people. If it is just in service of giving billionaires way more fucking money to maintain that fucking system of control and hierarchy that they are already a part of, then Republicans are going to do everything possible to help maintain that system in particular. Like, they don't give a shit about any of this stuff. There's no standards with these people. If poor people are going to suffer for the consequences of their fucking terrible policy, then great, fantastic. And listen, we all know what the point, like, at this point, this government shutdown is going on, and being, continued at this point. It's partially because of the fucking Epstein files, okay? We gotta bring up the fucking Epstein files, right? At some point. Oh, another day where Daho doesn't mention the fucking Epstein files. I can't believe that Daho would do such a thing. What an inconceivable sort of, I don't know, thing that has fucking happened. Daho mentioning the Epstein files again. At this point, the Republicans, the House Republicans, are still on fucking recess. They have been on recess for several fucking weeks at this point, and it's all just for the express purpose of not having the House be in session at all whatsoever, in order to prevent the discharge petition for the Epstein files from going through. And also because the Republicans as a party do not want to admit that the one big beautiful bill is a complete failure. It is extremely fucking unpopular amongst the general sort of electorate. And the Republicans are way too up their own asses to admit that it is an abject failure of a fucking policy. And that's what it is. These motherfuckers don't want to admit that they fucked up, and that they fucked up real bad.
Get that food. It is not a radical idea to say that there should be municipally funded grocery stores.
True.
And by the way, when billionaires and large corporations and the very wealthy are doing extraordinarily well, when the very richest people in this country often pay an effective tax rate lower than truck drivers or nurses, it is not a radical idea to say that the rich should start paying their fair share of taxes.
True. Real. Tax the rich.
Brothers and sisters, these ideas are not radical. They are common sense, and they are what the people of New York City want and need. Now let me
I
be
know,
very
seems
clear.
radical to
As
me.
someone who served as mayor of Burlington, Vermont for 8 years, a city just a little bit smaller than New York, I can tell you absolutely that being mayor
Tiny bit
is not
smaller.
an easy job. In local government, the people hold you accountable for everything. For picking up the trash, for crime problems, for the quality of education their kids receive, for traffic jams, blame the mayor. And that's what
true.
mayors have to deal with. And it is not easy. Zohran Mamdani as mayor is not going to have all the answers. The problems facing this country and every other major city in America are in fact enormous. So let me say this to you from the bottom of my heart. When he is elected, your job is not over. Zohran is going to need your help every single day. In this unprecedented moment in our nation's history, all of us together must act in an unprecedented way. And that means governing New York City and other cities in an unprecedented way. Please do everything you can to work with Zohran in order to make him and his administration the best administration in the history of New York. Let me conclude by saying this, and I say this again as somebody who became mayor of Burlington, Vermont in 1981 by winning that election by 10 votes after a recount. Now,
Damn, was that close? 10 votes after a fucking recount? 10 votes? That's crazy, bro. I knew, like, from what I understood, yeah, it was really, really fucking close. But 10? God damn. Listen. Those 10 voters that put my man in charge, they may have had a huge effect on fucking history. That's all I'm gonna say, dude. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, Burlington is one of the smallest state capitals. Is it the state capital of Vermont, Boy Meets Mini? If listen, Canadian here, okay? I don't necessarily. I like to pretend to seem like I know quite a lot. I think it's pretty safe for me to say that I know a lot more about American politics in comparison to most fucking Americans. Wild of me to say that, but is the case. But it's one of those fucking things where it's just like, man, I'm not gonna fucking know everything. Burlington is the biggest city. Montpelier is the capital. Boy Meets Mini, I can't believe you fed me disinformation. I'm gonna have to ban you now, you fucking bastard. Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini.
I have looked at the polls here in New York. You have seen it. And the polls suggest that Zohran is in the lead, and that is great. But please,
That's true.
please, do not underestimate our opponents.
That's true.
They have a huge amount of money, and they are spending it right now. So I urge you, forget about the polls. Go into the last 8 days of this election, assuming that you are 5 points behind.
This is a good point by Bernie.
So
Always
you guys
assume
have
you're
to go along
behind.
with the other 80,000 volunteers in the Mamdani campaign. You've got to do everything that you can to bring people to the polls in early voting, which is taking place right now, and on Election Day. None of us want to wake up the day after the election and find that we lost that election because our opponents outworked us. That must not happen. Brothers and sisters.
Listen, let's be honest here, Bernie, okay, real quick. I mean, I agree fundamentally with the message, but let's be quite honest here. Have you seen a fucking Andrew Cuomo rally? We've seen Andrew fucking Cuomo rallies. He can barely get 20 people, and most of the people that visit, like, or go to a fucking Cuomo rally, you know what they do? They consistently fucking protest and talk shit on him. It's so fucking funny. Objectively one of the funniest things on the planet.
This is a year ago. Very few people in New York knew about a 33-year-old assemblyman named Zohran Mamdani. And when he first entered this race for mayor, he was polling at all of 1%.
That's true.
Nobody knew who this guy was.
Nobody
But
knew.
Zohran did what people who are serious about real change always do. He created a campaign.
Listen, okay, imagine forgetting about the Mike Gravel video that Zohran Mamdani was in. I can't believe everyone's forgetting about the Mike Gravel fucking video. It's a good video, though, still. Like, it shows to you just how consistent he's been in terms of his messaging, talking about, specifically for housing. Because it's always been the exact same message with Zohran Mamdani, specifically when it comes to housing. Because that was the same thing he was talking about in the Mike Gravel campaign, talking about, like, listen, it's all about housing and making it affordable for average people in New York. And it's just like, same message has always been consistent with Zohran Mamdani every single time.
From the bottom on up by building an extraordinary and unprecedented grassroots movement which now has tens of thousands of volunteers. Unlike his opponents, he didn't go running to the billionaires for campaign contributions. He went to the people.
That's true.
With an agenda that made sense to them. And despite being outspent 4-1, Zohran won the primary. And brothers and sisters, with your help over the next 8 days, this young man is going to make American history. It is my honor to introduce the next mayor of the city of New York, Zohran Mamdani.
Are we getting some fucking Bollywood music right now? What's going on here? Yo, that was a jammer. What the fuck? That's crazy. So now well, we just had our boy Bernie Sanders speak there. Why don't we take a listen to the fucking man of the hour himself? Also, by the way, Boy Meets, I don't know if you saw on Zohran Mamdani's page on Twitter, but he's doing the fucking auntie memes again. He's doing the fucking auntie sort of vote fucking memes to go out and vote like you see on fucking WhatsApp. Listen, my man, he knows what he's doing, dude. Yeah, he does have the aunties on lock. That's true. But listen, the man of the hour. Why don't we take a listen? Not the copyrighted music. That's true.
Thank you so much.
Time to insert meme here. Listen, Boy Meets Minnie, you probably know this meme better than anyone else in terms of like all the fucking Indian parents talking about like how they always want their son to be like a lawyer or a doctor or some shit. You know what I'm talking about, right? You know the stereotype I'm fucking pointing out right now. But instead, like, it's like, well, I'm gonna be mayor of New York City now. Yeah, like, listen, every Indian is gonna become mayor now, okay? Of New York City. That's how it works now. That's like the new bar. All the fucking like Indian parents are gonna have now for their kids, being like, well, Zohran Bai is fucking mayor of New York City. What are you? It's like, Mom, I'm trying to fucking study to be a fucking lawyer or a software engineer. What the fuck, Mom? It's like, well, we have mayor of New York City. What are you doing, huh? Why are you sitting on your ass doing nothing? I'm like, that's what I'm anticipating is gonna happen. That's like the new cultural beat, right? It's gonna. Daho, I can't believe that you're being racist yet again. Racist ass Romanian. Many such cases, folks.
Good evening, New York City! How are we all doing? Habibi, how are you? It is so good to see you all here tonight.
Also, real quick, because I thought it was really funny, but a bunch of like the anti-woke YouTubers and stuff like that were saying that Zohran Mamdani now hates Hassan Piker for whatever fucking reason, which I found to be like objectively one of the funniest things on the planet. I think like they gave Hassan full access, press access and everything to the fucking back of the room, the media sort of like treatment and everything. It's just like, really? They hate Hassan, but they're like treating him like media royalty. I don't think that's a symbol of hatred, my man. I think they like Hassan over in the Mamdani campaign. Like, it's always really funny to me, just like listening to these like complete sniveling losers and dipshits constantly cope and seethe about the fact that, well, nobody fucking likes them.
Now, as you know, a politician is only as good as the team around them. So I have to ask that team to start off this teleprompter. Because right now, it's off the top of the dome. And while we wait, why don't we actually begin? Can we first hear a round of applause for our incredible MC, Sarah Sherman? Can we hear it for the elected officials, the labor leaders, and the New Yorkers who have joined us this evening? And can we hear it for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
We love AOC, folks, don't we?
Yeah, we're good. You know, there are many things one can say about our Congresswoman, but I want to tell you a story about 2021. When we went on a 15-day hunger strike and won $450 million in debt relief for working-class taxi drivers, the Congresswoman was there with us on that picket line. She was there with us on the phone after everyone else had gone home. And she was there with us again in the primary of this election. And that's because she's there for working people. And now we are just getting started. And let's please make some noise for Senator Bernie Sanders.
Big Burn Dog, Big Bernard.
I stand before you tonight
only because the senator dared to stand alone for so long. I speak the language of democratic socialism only because he spoke it first.
Yeah, many people, by the way, let's not forget, got inspired specifically by Bernie Sanders in order to run for fucking politics. Like, if we want to talk about the sort of new age of people that are now running in politics, a lot of it is because of the big burn dog himself. He is pretty much always been like a consistent voice, and it's like the main guy who has always been pushing for, well, for lack of a better term, a more, not effective, but like a more grounded sort of politics.
I ran for state assembly almost 6 years ago to the day. It was at Bernie's rally in Queensbridge Park where I led our first canvass. Signing people up for our email list, asking them for $5 or $10, and encouraging them to believe that the politics of not me, us applied to our state government just as much as our national one.
Not me, us.
When we win on November 4th,
and we'll win.
and then govern from City Hall with dignity as the foundation of our politics, it will be because of the movement that Bernie built. I stand before you tonight as the nominee of a Democratic Party reinvigorated in its pursuit of making government work for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-connected. Looking out at more than 13,000 of you here in Forest Hill Stadium, it is tempting to believe that this moment was always destined. Yet when we launched this campaign on October 23rd, 1 year and 3 days ago, there was not a single television camera there to cover it. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, my name was a statistical anomaly in every poll. 4 months later, as recently as this February, our support had reached the eye-watering heights of 1%. We were tied
Let's go.
with candidate, someone else.
1%.
I always knew we could beat him. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, the political world did not pay it much attention because we were looking to build a movement that reflected the city as it actually is, not just the one that political consultants think exists on a spreadsheet. And when we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, we were dismissed as a punchline in the halls of power. The idea of fundamentally changing who government serves in the city was unimaginable. Even if we gained momentum, they asked, how would we ever overcome the tens of millions of dollars in attacks that would follow? Yet we knew then what we know now. New York is not for sale. As young people showed up in record numbers, as immigrants saw themselves in the politics of their city, as seniors, once skeptical, dared to dream again, we spoke with one voice. New York is not for sale. And now, as we stand on the precipice of taking this city back from corrupt politicians and the billionaires that fund them, let our words ring out so loud tonight that Andrew Cuomo can hear them in his $8,000 a month apartment.
Always with the relentless attacks on Cuomo is so
that
good.
He can hear us even if he's in Westchester this evening. Let them ring so loud that his puppet master in the White House hears us. New York is
He's so
not
good,
for
dude.
sale.
Yep, relentless and true. These are all true. He's so good, man. He's so good.
The Bronx and Queens saw some of the largest shifts to the right of any counties in our country. No matter what article you read or channel you
Yeah, he is
listened to,
truing.
stories
He is
seemed the
truth
same.
nuking.
Our city was headed to the right.
He's
Obituaries
truth
were written about their
nuking.
possibilities to reach Asian voters, young voters, male voters. Again and again we were told that if we had any hope of beating the Republican Party, it would only be by becoming the Republican Party. Andrew Cuomo himself said that we had lost not because we had failed to speak to the needs of working-class Americans, but because we had spent too much time talking about bathrooms and sports teams. This was a moment.
I love the fact that he's fucking bringing that up, dude. God, that's so good. Because every fucking annoying dipshit-ass Democrat has been consistently talking about how it's the fault of fucking trans people trying to fucking throw them off of the bus. Because, well, it's because of all the trans people. That's the main reason why we're getting fucking owned right now. It's all their fault, blah, blah, blah. And that's just like the most, it's the most fucking nonsensical bullshit on the fucking planet. Like, yeah, dude, totally because of fucking trans people is the main reason why the Democrats got their fucking asses handed to them. It's one of those things where it's just like, it's so fucking dumb and stupid. It's just like, okay, yeah, bro, totally. Yeah, because of a tiny percentage of the fucking population that exists, that's the main reason for as to why the fucking Republican Party is seeing a huge fucking resurgence. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Very, very cool.
Where it seemed our political horizon was narrowing. And in this moment, New York, you had a choice. A choice to retreat or to fight. And the choice that we made was to stop listening to those experts and to start listening to you.
Mm.
We went to two of the places that saw the biggest swings to the right, Fordham Road and Hillside Avenue.
So this is a thing that I'm going to talk about real quick right now. This is one of the reasons why Zoran's campaign was as successful as it was, and this was the first pretty viral like TikTok video that his media team put out. It was him going to all of these districts that swung very, very much so to the right and speaking with the fucking voters, which is something that the Democratic Party, the Democratic establishment, has seemingly refused to fucking do. Because in reality, for the Democratic fucking establishment, they are fundamentally just not interested whatsoever in terms of wanting to represent the will of the people. That's what it is. Let's keep it a fucking $1.50. We're gonna keep it a $1.50, dude. The Democrats, as much as we like to rail on the fucking Republicans for hating democracy, and they do. The Democrats also hate democracy, probably about as much as the fucking Republican Party. And it makes perfect sense why. The fact that these motherfuckers also have the exact same corporate interests that they want to maintain, just like the Republican Party. So you shouldn't be surprised for even 3 seconds whatsoever that the Democratic Party would also have as big of a hatred of democracy as the fucking goddamn Republican Party will as well. The Republicans are just going to be more blatant about it. Let's be quite honest here. They're going to be more in your face in terms of their anti-democratic sort of principles and beliefs. Let's keep it a $1.50, 1,000%. But the Democrats, they're a lot more subtle in their sort of hatred and despisal. Beer Bash with the raid and the resubbaroni. Welcome in to Beer Bash, Johnson Raiders. How are we doing this fine night? I am Dahrumba. I'm a variety streamer. I talk about politics, and I also yap and play fucking video games, obviously. Doing decent long stream today because D&D. Based. Very, very cool. Right now, we are, of course, taking a look at the Zohran Mamdani political rally that happened. I believe it was yesterday. Wasn't that long ago. Was it yesterday? Let me check the date for when this got released. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Well, technically 2 days ago. Whatever, semantics. Yeah, it was a Zohran Mamdani political campaign rally that's happening, and it's probably like the final campaign rally before voting really starts to pick up within New York City, and we're just getting like a vibe. Just a vibe. And, well, the excitement is there, whereas where Andrew Cuomo barely can fill out any fucking venues or barely book any big venues, our boy Zohran Mamdani here is basically packing venues with about 13,000 people, which is just insane. And it's just like to get like a fucking idea of just how, well, popular and how much of a political force Zohran Mamdani is. And like, I mean, that's just an objective fucking fact. So we're just taking a look at all the campaign rally speeches that are going on, basically. And we're on the man, the myth, the legend himself. So what was I saying before Beer Bash came in? What was I saying? Oh, right. I was talking about how the Democrats are anti-democracy. So yeah, when the Democrats, when I say that they too are also anti-democracy, it's more in like a sort of technocratic, lazy sort of stance. Because what I mean by that is the Democrats expect you to always vote for them because the other side is significantly worse. Now, here's the thing with that argument. They're not wrong. The Republican Party is worse than the Democrats, right? They're correct when they make that assessment.
problem with that is that is a argument that is only so effective, because eventually people are just going to get tired of being browbeaten and just like beaten over the head with the fact that the Republican Party is bad. Because if you just keep advocating, talking about how the Republicans are bad over and over and over again, which is an argument that I do agree with, but if you just keep doing that and you don't talk about what you are for as a party, eventually people are just going to be like, I don't know, like, I keep getting told how bad this fucking goddamn party is. And honestly, these guys who are currently in power, that being the Democrats, are not really doing anything to improve my situation much either. So fuck it. Why don't we just take a chance on the other guys and we'll see what happens, and if they are actually as bad as this one side is doing. Because honestly, it doesn't seem like they're being much better in terms of improving my material conditions either. The people are hurting and they want some kind of fucking relief. They just want relief from the fact that everything is as terrible as it is right now in terms of the conditions on the ground. Like rent, groceries, everything is just going completely out of control in terms of pricing. And again, like I've said before, like in terms of wages keeping up with productivity, it's been not keeping up with productivity or inflation for like the past 50 fucking years, and the people are hurting. They have to work 2 to 3 jobs just to be able to put food on the table, have to live with multiple people in a fucking apartment that costs way too much money in order to be able to rent. And people, especially young people, feel like the system is fundamentally a failure and it's not working for them. So they're going to start to resort to want to get to people who are promising something in order to give them relief. And the Republicans, and Trump is lying when he does this, was saying that he's going to reduce prices on day one. An obvious fucking lie. In fact, the prices have only gone up. Inflation's getting worse, the tariffs are making everything worse, and people are having to spend way more money on their necessary sort of goods just to be able to live and fucking survive. It was a lie. Obviously. But the Republicans were making that argument, whereas the Democrats were just browbeating people on how the other side is fucking bad. This is not an effective fucking argument. At this point, you have to talk about what you are for as a party rather than what you are only against if you want to be successful.
These New Yorkers were far from the caricature of Trump voters. They told us they supported Donald Trump because they felt disconnected from a Democratic Party that had grown comfortable with mediocrity and gave its time only to those who gave millions.
True.
They told us that they felt abandoned by a party beholden to corporations, which asked them for their votes after telling them only what it was against, rather than presenting a vision of what it was for.
I said that. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? Maybe I should run for office or some shit. You know, maybe I should try to run to be like mayor of the town that I live in or some shit. Because that's what I'm saying. I said that. Yeah, he's stealing my thunder. That's kind of fucked up, Zohran. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to cancel you on Twitter now. Fucked up, bro.
They told us they didn't believe in a system anymore that did not even pretend to offer solutions to the defining challenge of their lives, the cost of living crisis. Rent was too expensive, so were groceries, so was childcare, so was taking the bus and working 2 or 3 jobs still wasn't enough. Trump, for all his many flaws, had promised them an agenda that would put more money in their pockets and lower the cost of living.
A lie, obviously.
Donald Trump lied. It was up to us to deliver for the working people he left behind. Over the 8 months of the primary, we told New Yorkers how we intended to address that very same affordability crisis. We did not do it alone. This was a movement powered by tens of thousands of everyday New Yorkers who knocked doors between 12-hour shifts at work and phone banked until their fingers were numb. People who had never voted before became die-hard canvassers. Community formed. Our city got to know each other and itself. This, my friends, was your movement. And it always will be. As the snow melted and the frost thawed, this campaign began to grow faster than anyone ever imagined possible. So many small donors chipped in that we had to ask you to stop donating.
That's true.
Please stop. We climbed the polls faster than Andrew Cuomo could dial Donald Trump's number. People started to learn how to pronounce my name.
They know how to pronounce it.
And the Or, as the New York Times would describe it, the Hamptons was basically in group therapy about the mayoral race.
That's funny.
Andrew Cuomo and his corporate cronies did everything they could to make this campaign one of fear and one of smallness. Hell yeah. Obviously. They pumped millions into this race, artificially lengthened my beard to make me seem menacing, painted our city as a dystopian hellhole, and worked night and day to divide the people of New York.
Dude, the amount, like, this is such a great the amount of Islamophobia that's going on right now, because, like I said before, and I have a video about this, basically, like, the Democrats are just seemingly wanting to, resort to fucking all, like, 9/11, Patriot Act sort of, like, Islamophobia instead of being what like talking about what they're for. And I will just say it's the fucking Democrats here, okay? But the National Democrats are not doing that. Yeah, sure, that's what you're gonna say. That they're also not for the fucking Islamophobia. No. Tacitly, the Democratic establishment also wanted Andrew Cuomo to fucking win. They're not going to admit it because that would be political fucking suicide for them. Let's be quite honest here. But in reality, they wanted Cuomo to win. They wanted fucking Cuomo because he is just another centrist fucking octogenarian who's just going to also do the exact same fucking thing as every other fucking centrist octogenarian that nobody fucking likes. And that is to just provide more and more and more and more for the corporations and the fucking rich. That's it. It is not about a politics of for the fucking working class, as much as these motherfuckers like to pretend that they are for the working class. No, it would have been more of the exact same fucking bullshit where it is all about one person or one set of people and one set of people only. Listen, it's as George Carlin himself said, it's a big fucking club and you ain't in it. And that's exactly the problem with the current fucking Democratic fucking establishment. They too also represent the exact same fucking corporate interests that everyone, broadly speaking, is sick and fucking tired of. Nobody likes the fucking corporations. Everyone fucking hates these pedophilic, weirdo, racist-ass motherfuckers, and they are just sick and fucking tired of it. They want to just have a politics of progressivism, of moving fucking forward. No more of this, like, corporate, oligarchic fucking bullshit. People have had enough, and they just want some semblance of relief, in their fucking city, to be able to afford, to be able to live, to be able to have a successful fucking career in life. And guess what? The Democrats, just like the Republican Party, do not want that to happen. Simply put, I have no qualms just saying that whatsoever, right? Like, these motherfuckers, if they could also cause suffering to the working class and the poor, they would. They are fundamentally no different than the fucking Republican Party in terms of the people that they also want to serve. Fundamentally speaking, it is all about the systems of hierarchy and control that is meant to keep the working class down. Fundamentally speaking.
They failed.
True.
When I walked the length of Manhattan just a few days before the election, hundreds of New Yorkers marched alongside me.
Yeah, he decided to, yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, he walked like basically 10 miles along the length of like Manhattan, which is like what, most of fucking New York or something. And he just fucking walked. He did a fucking trans stride, okay? That's what he did. He do be walking there, very very cool, very epic, and he just walked alongside with New Yorkers, and a bunch of people fucking joined along with him because I don't know if people know this, but he is extremely fucking popular.
And when we strode into Times Square under a billboard with betting odds that showed Cuomo's chances of winning at nearly 80%, we knew that the so-called experts were set to get it wrong yet again. Andrew Cuomo was supposed to be inevitable. And then on June 24th, we shattered that inevitability. We won by 13%, with the most votes in any citywide primary in New York City history. Some of those New Yorkers had voted for Trump. Many others had never voted before. And when Andrew Cuomo called me to concede at 10:15 that night, he said,
Rub it in.
that we had created a tremendous force.
Rub that shit
When
in,
you insist on
King.
building a coalition with room for every New Yorker, that is exactly what you create, a tremendous force.
Rub that shit in, dude.
That force has only grown over these past 4 months. We now have more than 90,000 volunteers. And we have
Dude, the amount of volunteers, man, because that's another thing with Zohran specifically. The amount of volunteers and people he's got under him is insane, dude. Yeah, 90,000, dude. That is astronomically high. And he's been consistently saying this, like, during those fucking videos where he was, like, saying, like, please stop donating to me. Instead, donate to me your time. Give me your fucking time instead, is a consistent fucking message that he was having, where it's just like, yeah, we don't need any more volunteers. We got enough. We got enough volunteers. We don't need any more. Instead, go out and fucking volunteer in fucking Canvas. And listen, you should still volunteer in fucking Canvas, okay? If you're part of any of those fucking goddamn orgs, you should volunteer in Canvas for Zohran Mamdani if you live within New York. Again, like Bernie Sanders himself said, do not get complacent. Do not get reckless. Still volunteer and work. And basically pretend that you are 5 points fucking behind, right? Do not relent. Do not stop. Because, again, you're going up against the powers that be. Very, very powerful, large organizations of fucking, of power. Vestiges of power in particular. You can't stop. You got to keep going. And you can never surrender to these people. Because, again, listen, when it comes to the billionaires, the oligarchs, the rich and whatnot, if you give them an inch, they will take a fucking mile.
Spoken to millions more New Yorkers. We have put forth new plans in these last few months for how we will govern, hiring thousands more teachers for our schools, taking on the consultants and the contracts in city government, and tackling the final boss of New York City infrastructure, scaffolding. But over the past few weeks, as this race has entered its final days, we have witnessed displays of Islamophobia that shock the conscience. Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, and Curtis Sliwa do not have an agenda for the future. All they possess is the playbook of the past. They have sought to make this election a referendum not on the affordability crisis that consumes New Yorkers' lives, but on the faith I belong to and the hatred they seek to normalize. We spent months working to convince the world that New Yorkers have a right to afford the city that we all love. Now, we are being forced to defend the idea that a Muslim is even allowed to lead it. These same big money donors and disgraced politicians have sought to rob us of our ambition because they do not think that you deserve the beauty of a dignified life. And time and again, they have encouraged you to imagine less because they know that a reimagined New York hurts their bottom line. I believe that this city is like the universe, constantly expanding. We deserve a city government as ambitious as the working New Yorkers who make it the greatest city in the world. We cannot wait for someone else to deliver it. We are not afforded the luxury of waiting because too often to wait is to trust those who delivered us to this point. On November 4th, we will set the course of our city back in the direction it belongs. And in doing so, we will answer a question that our nation has wrestled with from the dawn of our founding. Who is allowed to be free? There are some who hear that question and they know the answer without hesitation. They are the oligarchs who have accumulated vast wealth off those who labor from before the light breaks the horizon until long after color has drained from the sky. These are the robber barons of America, and they believe their money affords them a larger say than the rest of us. I am not just talking about the Bill Ackmans and Ken Langones of the world. I speak of people whose names you are not familiar with, who have no qualms about contributing more to super PACs than we would ever tax them, and who celebrate when those PACs flood our airwaves with commercials that plaster the words global jihad over my face. Their freedom doesn't just come at the expense of dignity and truth. It comes at the expense of the freedoms of others too. They are the authoritarians who seek to keep us pressed beneath their thumbs because they know that once we shake ourselves loose, we will never be held down again. Each and every one of these people think New York is for sale. For too long, my friends, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. The oligarchs of New York are the wealthiest people in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. They do not want the equation to change. They will do everything they can to prevent their grip from weakening. The truth is as simple as it is non-negotiable. We are all allowed freedom. Each one of us, the working people of the city, the taxi drivers, the line cooks, the nurses, all those seeking lives of grace, not greed, we all get to be free. And on November 4th, thanks to the hard work of more than 90,000 volunteers across every corner of the city, That is exactly what we will tell the world. Because while Donald Trump's billionaire donors think that they have the money to buy this election, we have a movement of the masses. And we are a movement that is not afraid of what we believe. And we've believed it.
Not
for
the
quite some
masses.
time. Those who
Not
worry about what
Damascus.
this movement may look like on January 1st are the ones who worry on October 23rd what it may look like tonight. But our purpose has not changed, and neither have our promises. As I said on the evening I announced, the job of government is to actually make our lives better. And in the exact words I said on October 23rd, here is what we stand for, my friends. We are going to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
Ah, the stump.
And use every resource at our disposal to build housing for everyone who needs it. We are going to eliminate the fare on every single bus line and make what are currently the slowest buses in the nation move around this city with ease. And we are going to create universal childcare at no cost to parents so New Yorkers can raise their family in the city they love. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... We will make our city one where every person who calls it home can live a dignified life. No New Yorker should ever be priced out of anything they need to survive. And we believe then, we believe today, we will believe tomorrow that it is government's job to deliver that dignity. Dignity, my friends, is another way of saying freedom. Standing before you this evening, I take great strength from those who have labored mightily for the cause of freedom in America, who refuse to accept that government could not meet what moments of crisis demanded from it. When the power of the people overwhelms the influence of the powerful, there is no crisis that government cannot meet. It was government that enacted a New Deal to lift a generation out of poverty, to create beautiful public goods, and establish the right to unionize and collectively bargain. My friends, the era of government that deems an issue too small or a crisis too big must come to an end. Because we need a government that is every bit as ambitious as our adversaries. A government strong enough to refuse the realities we will not accept and forge the future we know we deserve. A government that refuses to accept 1 in 4 New Yorkers living in poverty. That refuses to accept more than 150,000 public school students being homeless. That refuses to accept that 2 union salaries are not enough to put down a mortgage in this city. And a government that refuses to accept you being priced out of the very city you helped to build every single day. Time and again, our nation has teetered on the precipice of hopelessness. Now is one of those times.
It's pretty bad.
But in each of these moments, working people have reached into the darkness and reshaped our democracy. No longer will we allow the Republican Party to be the one of ambition. No longer will we have to open a history book to read about Democrats leading with big ideas. My friends, the world is changing. It's not a question of whether that change will come. It's a question of who will change it. We have an opportunity before us that few have ever received, and even fewer have seized. It's the opportunity to show the world what it means to win freedom. It is the opportunity to live up to the legacy left by those who came before. We do not get to determine the scale of a crisis. Our choice is how we respond. Let us win a city hall that works for those straining to buy groceries, not those straining to buy our democracy. And let us look forward to January 1st, when the hard work of governing will begin. Those in power would like to describe our policy commitments as if they are illusions that will evaporate as soon as we approach City Hall. Let us show them instead that they are invocations of the future that we will win. And let us prove to each and every New Yorker that a politics of expansion does not just mean imagination. It insists upon fulfillment. We can make City Hall a place where New Yorkers come to expect the future, not just failure. But we are not there yet. Just as Andrew Cuomo's victory in the primary was thought to be inevitable, the same narrative has started to form around us today. When you read the articles that tell a post-election story of triumph while we are amidst early voting, when you see the Cauchy odds that have our chances of victory in the 90s, know this. You are reading the same things that Andrew Cuomo read when he went to sleep each night in June.
I mean, that's true. God, the fact that fucking people are having to take Cauchy odds and all these, like, stupid, fucking annoying ass, dumbass, like, political betting sites fucking seriously now, I think is so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ, man. Like, God, I hate these fucking betting fucking sites, dude. Like, the fact that these are being serious. I also fucking hate Polymarket with, like, a passion, dude. Like, that shit should be exterminatist, okay? Like, if there is one thing that needs to go, if we're, you know, do the Assad meme, who must go? Polymarket must go, bro. I really despise fucking Polymarket, dude.
Believing that his victory was promised. We cannot allow complacency to infiltrate this movement. So over these 9 final days, I ask for only one thing from each of you. More. I know you are tired. And for that I recommend some Adani chai. And still, I ask for more. I know the attacks have intensified, that a warm bed is more inviting than a sixth-floor walk-up, that another evening spent knocking doors after a long workday feels daunting. And still, I ask for more. I ask for more because that is the only way that we win a future of more. So if you are able, I urge you, my friends, stand up. If you have knocked a door, turn your flashlight on. If
No,
you
it's
will
a lot
knock
of
door,
people.
turn your flashlight on. If you have more to give, turn your flashlight on. Together, let us make a light bright enough to banish any darkness. Over these final 9 days,
That's a lot of
and the
people.
years that follow, the powers that be will throw everything in their arsenal against us. They will spend millions more dollars. They will attack us from every conceivable angle. But we will not bend. We will not flinch. We will triumph over the oligarchs, and we will return dignity to our lives. Nearly 89 years ago to the day, FDR spoke before a crowd of thousands at Madison Square Garden. He said, "I should like to have it said of my first administration, that in it, the forces of selfishness and of lust for power met their match. I should like to have it said of my second administration, that in it, these forces met their master. My friends, I should like to have it said of our campaign, that in it, the forces of selfishness and lust for power met their match. And I should like to have it said of our city hall, that in it, these forces met their master. New York, our work has only just begun. On November 4th, we set ourselves free. Thank you.
Goddamn, that's crazy, dude. What a fucking goddamn set of speeches. Like, yeah, like, they were all fucking spitting there. Listen, I mean, it's fairly obvious. If you're a person who fundamentally believes in a politics for the people, by the people, you vote for fucking Zohran Mamdani. He is your fucking man. If you want to basically have more of the exact same status quo bullshit with a sprinkling of fucking racism in there, you vote for fucking Andrew Cuomo. It should be fairly fucking obvious. The pitch is very, very, like, doy forehead obvious. If you want to see an improvement of the sort of political system, you vote for Zohran Mamdani, fundamentally speaking. He is someone who will fight for you. He will fight for the people. And because in reality, that's just how he sees the world, as something to be fought for, not to be fought against. Something, because again, it's as he himself also said, the main problems with the Democratic establishment that exist right now is the fact that they are fundamentally never talking about things that they are for. They all very, very often talk about things that they are against. And it's fine to be against a lot of stuff, right? I don't disagree with that. However, the main problem with that should be fairly obvious. If you only ever talk about the things that you're against, people are going to grow complacent and ultimately just think like, you know, like, I'm having all these problems, nothing is being dealt with for me. Like, why should I ever listen to these people who keep talking about, you know, I should not agree to this thing, I should not listen to this thing, blah, 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 blah. Like, what are you people for? How are you going to fight for me? And at the very least, Donald Trump was actually making that fucking argument. It was a lie, obviously, but it was effective. Because the other side of the coin, that being the Democrats, were never talking about what they were for, only about what they were against, fundamentally speaking. And like I said before, that is an effective strategy only for so long, because eventually people are just going to realize and recognize in their heart of hearts that, damn, these motherfuckers are not doing anything about my material conditions. I'm going to vote for the other guys because at the very least they're talking about it and they're mentioning it and they're speaking to it. And that is ultimately where, yep, like you're saying, Boy Meets Money, Mini, the jig is up. It's over. You should always be against the Republican Party. Obviously. What they ultimately represent is abhorrence. It is just wretched and evil. Like, let's be honest here. They are evil, the Republican Party. But so are the Democrats. All these stooges. that accept their fucking corporate money from their corporate fucking overlords and masters, they are all evil and will do anything possible to make your life significantly fucking worse. And so, it is no longer about talking about the things that you are against. You must also now talk about the things that you are for. And that is the overall sort of messaging that Zohran Mamdani has led with foot first. Always talking about things that he is for. And that is why he's going to be the next mayor of New York City. Simply fucking put, talking about the things and that he is for, and presenting a fucking positive vision for the future. And that is why the Democratic Party in its current form, in the current way that it is established, will never fucking understand. Ever understand why Zohran Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City. I think it's all big fucking guarantee at this point. And you can tell just from the fact that Cuomo and his stooges and the Democratic establishment is just going along with the fucking Islamophobia. They are. They're just going along with it. They don't give a shit. Have you seen Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries, Kirsten Gillibrand, Dan Goldman, all these motherfuckers talk about the Islamophobic attacks that Zohran Mamdani had to go through with Andrew Cuomo? No. They haven't talked about that. Because in reality, they are totally fine with it if it means another centrist octogenarian gets into power. Fundamentally speaking, one thing only talks within the halls of fucking Congress, and that's money. Money is the only thing that fucking talks in the United States of America. And all these dipshits who pretend to care so much about minority populations, they're wholeheartedly perfectly fine and willing and able to throw all of that out of the window if that means they can get a couple more bucks from their billionaire fucking friends. Reject that fucking dichotomy. It is time for the politics of corporate stoogery to be thrown off, and it is time for a new politics to be established. That one of radical positivism, and that which fights for things, not only talks about what it is against. And that vision is perfectly presented by Zohran Mamdani. You want to win, Democrats? You copy him. You start printing out Zohran Mamdanis, right? People like Kat Abou-Gazela, people like Omar Fateh. All these people are all talking about things that they are for, what they are going to fight for, and not only about what they are against. They have an actual vision for the future, unlike you centrist octogenarians that want more of the exact same corporate oligarchical politics that everyone is fundamentally fucking tired of. You want to win, Democrats? You copy Zohran Mamdani. He has an actual vision for the future and actually cares about the people that he is fighting for. No more of this centrist blue dog Democrat fucking bullshit. It is time for a new era of fucking politics. Talking about what we are for, not what we are only against. And it is a politics of left-leaning progressive fucking populism. That's what's going to win. It is what the people have always wanted. It is what they ultimately have always desired. It is now ultimately up to the Democratic Party to get their heads out of their asses and actually care and think about how to represent their constituents, fundamentally speaking. But personally, I'm not very optimistic that the Democrats are actually going to learn any lessons from Zohran Mamdani. It's probably going to be more and more of the exact same fucking bullshit with these people. Because fundamentally speaking, one thing talks, and it talks really loudly, and that is money within American politics. But I still do believe that Zohran Mamdani represents that vibe shift that the Democrats need in order to have a future as a party. So, as expected, great campaign rally by Zohran Mamdani, Bernie and co, and everyone else It's a good campaign. Don't stop. It is about, at this point, probably about a week left till November 4th. Yep, a week left on the day of this fucking recording. Do not stop. Keep up the momentum. Campaign and volunteer and keep speaking as if you are 10 points behind. Never relent, because your enemy will never show any mercy. So you should never give them that exact same grace. Ever. Do not show these corporate oligarchic stooges and all their apparatchiks that advocate for their positions any sympathy or mercy, unless they decide to bend the knee. Then I suppose you can show them a tiny little bit of mercy. But do not stop fighting, do not relent until the politics of humanity for caring about people, and that is actually going to be effective in bringing change, is the thing that ultimately wins not only the mayoralship of New York, but also in the House, in the Senate, and also in the White House. This corporate oligarchic politics, this neoliberalism, the fascism, nobody fucking likes it. It is unpopular. What people want ultimately is left-leaning populism. The day of corporate oligarchic politics is over. And Zohran Mamdani will be the main person showing that the vibe shift is truly here. I don't think there's really much else to say besides that. If anything, Boy Meets Mini, I should be more divisive. Nice meme. Yeah, we're gonna schizo post for the rest of the day now. We're gonna Daho post. Very important that we do that, folks. I just want to expand this a little bit. Get more coconut processing. Get more coconut processing, because we need more coconut. No. More coconut. More coconut, more coconut, more coconut. We love coconuts. Coco's my nuts. Who said that? Huh? Nope. There's more stuff on this planet. There is titanium sludge. the neighbors, if we want copper. We have to murder these guys. And also, a few other things. One other thing, and that is, I don't remember what the name of it is. I think it's algae, I think. We have iron now. We just need to produce more calciners. Oh wait, no, it's not algae, it's methane. Methane and titanium sludge. That you can only get on offshore sites. So we need to make offshore rigs. And set up shipping in order to pick it up. So it's methane and titanium sludge. Yeah, poo-poo gas. And iron. Iron is also available, and copper is also technically available. So obviously we have iron. Oh, and you can also make stone with this shit right here. Although it's a kind of annoying. But yeah, there's also stone. You have to make this like special excavatable surface, put it on here, then replace it with landfill, and then put on that same excavatable surface on again. And that's a cycle that constantly repeats, and that's how you get stone. Although you don't need a... I don't think you really need a sort of like weird fucking setup for that. That's like consistent. To have a lot of stone flowing in, I don't think that's necessary. Just basically enough to make a couple of silos and some concrete in order to get the fuck out. I guess also for the production of refined concrete so you can make calciners. Because these are definitely a building that I am going to take with me when we leave this planet inevitably. Because calciners are... they're good. It's a good building. It's just a better furnace. 50% productivity. Crafting speed of 4. And 4 module slots. This thing is basically an electric furnace on crack. The foundry version of an electric furnace. This is a very good building. Very, very good building. And we're gonna make use of it. Yep, it's really, really good. Obviously, we can't make calciners with our calciners. Otherwise, I would be doing that, but... So it's not like the foundry in that particular respect, but that's okay. What we need to make now is coal purification to make carbon. With carbon, we can make activated carbon. With activated carbon, we can then use that to start making steel at double the efficiency. And I'm eventually going to want to expand the production of this coconut oil because this is our main fuel source for the entirety of our machines. If we run out of this stuff, we are in doo-doo poop water. We will be in dookie butt water. now we have enough sealant, but if I have to expand this, I expand this. The feeling that we probably will need to expand this. Let's make some fucking carbon, though. Let's see. Fast. Need more sealant. Which we have plenty of. I am almost out of belts. Give me a bunch of belts. $20 coal per second. Well, we could produce, I think, about 30 for now. And we'll have a little extra just in case I need more coal for something, but I don't know what else I'll need coal for, but just in case. Eventually, once we have built something, we're probably going to make a small power plant in this area to replace these fucking diesel inserters with some actual fucking inserters. You don't need a big power plant. You can do relatively small because inserters do not take up much power. Very little power, in fact. Alright, so with carbon, then we can make activated carbon. And then with activated carbon, we can make steel. Although, honestly, we can use the original steel recipe in order to make steel. However, it is way, way, way more efficient to use the steel with activated carbon recipe, simply due to the fact that, it just doubles the output. It's just way, 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 way more efficient. So if I can get double of something, I will gladly take double of something. So that's carbon. I won't make use of this, Now, I don't know if I want this integrated on the bus or not. That's another question. No animations, but you can hear the sound that they make. It's funny. And I no longer have a wood backing up my whole agricultural process. In terms of the agricultural process, they should be all good now. We can add to it as need be. Make it bigger, make it smaller, do whatever, it doesn't matter. Eventually I'm going to have to set up some fish breeding, because we're going to need fish for calcite. Because with calcite, that's how you make concrete on this planet. With calcite, a bit of stone. But I think I'm only gonna make enough concrete just so I can get the fuck off this planet for a couple rocket silos. That's also another area where we are going to have to inevitably build a small power grid, whether we like it or not, is when we build the rocket silos. That in that instance, we can't do anything. We need to have a small power plant, which is unfortunately going to pollute the planet, and it's going to make the natives upset with us. Because again, if you're producing power, that's what they don't like. Right now, they're just gonna chill there. They're not gonna do anything. We have zero pollution, or in reality, it's electromagnetic waves. It's pollution. Absolutely zero. I intend to keep it that way for as long as possible. And I believe this planet does have the tools to do that. However, when we get to rocket silos, no choice. We're just gonna have to make some eventually. Ain't nothing we can do about it. We just have to make some power. Carbon. We need... Huh, interesting. It's almost 1-to-1, but it's a little awkward. Also, we need to see how to make these dust-resistant roboports. Glass panels, eh? Same recipe, except of glass panels, and it needs about half of the steel gears and also 10 less red chips. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Really? Damn, that's a pretty decent little ratio there. I do not need much activated carbon, to be honest. I think it'll be quite a good amount of steel here. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if I need the carbon for anything else, though. Honestly. I can't actually make use of this recipe here on this planet, because we will need electrical engines. We can make circuits, right? We just have to secure a source of copper. And the way you do that is by capturing the nests. Unironically. So that is turning eggs into copper. Yes, we're turning eggs into copper. And, don't worry about it. Shut up. We're turning copper biter eggs into copper, okay? That's what we're doing. Because the biters on this planet, or specifically the spitters on this planet, are copper spitters that can walk on water. Shut up. Don't worry about it. Fuck you. Why are they here? I don't know. Fuck you. Presents an additional challenge for this planet, okay? That's the point. But we can make use of this recipe, actually, because how do we make lube on this planet? Right? Normal recipe requires lubricant. How do we make that? We have this recipe. We make copper. We make carbon. And we're going to need electrical engines anyways. And normal engines. So, it works. Works out. Seems good to me. We take those? We take those, I think, right? So I think I will incorporate this carbon onto our bus here, I think. Because I feel like that recipe there is definitely intended for this planet. For sure. So we're definitely going to do that. Get some research into that because it's for fun. We don't need a lot of activated carbon. So I just make it locally then? We also need iron. That's not too hard. Do I need coal? That's a good question. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make the activated carbon locally. And put it on the same belt, I think. I need a bunch more calciners, though.
Are you happy now, Mugen?
I don't know. Can't say I've given that much thought.
I don't need to do that. I make iron here now. I got plenty of iron. Okay, so ratioing all of this out, because being able to make engines on this planet is pretty fucking important. You need engines. Because everything is powered off of diesel, quote unquote. You need an engine to have it work. Blah, 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 blah. So about 4 of the, one of these can supply about 4 of these. Like, look at these fucking ratios, by the way. It's actually insane. I mean, the steel productivity that we have also significantly helps here, right? Yeah, 230% steel productivity. It's pretty good.
I want to run away with you.
I don't think we need a crazy amount of this stuff, though. We can probably make, like...
Sorry, but I'm the wrong guy for that job.
Is that Spike? I like Cowboy Bebop. It's a good show. Listen, the people who made Cowboy Bebop, they had their heads on their shoulders, okay? They were smart people. Let me tell you, folks, the people who made Cowboy Bebop, smart guys. Very smart. They had good heads on their shoulders, folks. Let me tell you. They did a great job.
I never knew.
Shoot through my supply of steel. Well, I need to make some pipes. Give me that. I need that. I already have a bunch of these. I just need to make some pipes. This thing is multi-directional. I can also use it as input. Pipe being automatically produced here. Very good. Okay, so, I don't know. Something like this. Leave room this way if I want to put in more activated carbon. The ratio is a little awkward here, unfortunately, because of the, like, it would have been nice if it was 1 to 4, but if I get rid of these, for example. Yeah, it's 1 to 3. The modules, it's a little different, obviously. I mean, I don't have to put in modules if I don't want to, but I want to get as much bang for my fucking buck as possible. Just do this. Let that go initially so that I can have a start of a trickling in of steel. 9 steel per second is pretty good. have these two shitters here. Whatever. Actually, no, this setup doesn't exactly work then. We have the carbon get accepted into the middle. Steel outputted on here, and then they conjoin in the center. Like so. Which means we need the long-handed burners. First time we're making a couple of these things. Holy shit! Huh? That's a little too long. Extra long, eh? But I don't want you to be extra long. I only wanted you to be long. Not that long. This is kind of gay and liberal. Okay. So that's not gonna work, eh?
This is kind of gay and libtard.
Oh, that would have just been perfect, but it's not gonna work. Okay, how exactly am I going to bring this in? So that's going to be our line. Okay, that looks very silly. So I don't want to make a separate part of the thing. Are you idiots out of ammo? You're not? You're just being stupid? Interesting. That should fix that problem. And squeeze this out a little extra solar, I think. If I have to cut off some of this stuff to squeeze in more solar, then I think that's also okay, I think. I mean, we don't need this much storage space. That's fine. How the fuck am I gonna make this work now? 'Cause I need the carbon. This should work. It's very annoying that those fucking long. Those damn inserts have to be so fucking long. Why do they have to be so long? Fucking 3 tiles, damn it. Boy Meets Mini, why did you make them so long? I know it was you who did that. To fuck with me. You bastard. You did that all so you could fuck with me, Boy Meets Mini. I know of your ilk. I know of how you work. I am not a fool. I know of how you function, Boy Meets Mini. Always. Bastard. This is why I'm canceling you on Twitter.com. Now that you're actually on Twitter, I can actually cancel you now. I can write twit-longers and be an extremely obnoxious asshole. There it is. Activated carbon. Steel. Copying this is going to be a bit of a problem, though. I'd have to move these over by 3 tiles. Bit of a strange build, but yeah, it works. I don't exactly know how much steel we need. I mean, this is gonna be 20 per second-ish. Yeah. Don't know if that's gonna be enough. I mean, it's good. It's a lot. It's a good amount. But if I have to copy and paste it into another lane, that's also okay. I can just do that. And I think I probably will do that. You know, I'll just copy and, if I need more steel, copy and paste it over to another lane, but I'm kind of running a little low on room. Yeah, we are a little low on room. Two of these may have been too much, because space is a problem.
We may have some problems with space, folks. Space Force! Space Force. Remember, folks, Space Force. Very important that we talk about space. You understand, Boy Meets Mini? We have to talk about space. Space Force.
Alright, now we can copy and paste. Fucking puta. Alright. That's more steel. Lovely. So that's steel. Now that we have the ability to make iron and steel, we can make engine units.
And that's great and lovely and fantastic. We will have everything necessary to just keep making more and more calciners. And that's a lot of the smelting angle taken care of.
And then I have to figure out where the fuck we're gonna get some copper. Because we need some copper. Copper is a thing that we're going to need.
Which means we need to make ammo. We need to make a gun, and we need to go out and get some copper from the locals. 5 copper plates, eh? Well, I can use a calciner to make those, and that'll be pretty efficient. I think I need some more coconut oil production. I think that's going to be necessary. This 27 pieces of copper ore is going to be turned into quite a few copper plates.
They're calling these some of the most precious copper plates ever on the planet, folks. 75 copper plates. Pretty good.
Oh, we're going to use some of them to make a gun. Oh, we're strapped.
Let me tell you, folks, we're strapped. We're ready to shoot the blicky.
I think in terms of this, we will stop for now. Yeah, we'll definitely stop for now. Boom.
Not too much left to talk about, though.
Oh, we've hit 280 subs on YouTube. Let's go!
We're at 280, folks. We keep going up and up in the world of the El YouTuberoni. 280! It's a big number. That's a lot of people, folks. Subscribing to some random fucking YouTube channel. It's very good. We love that, folks, don't we? It's fantastic. It's brilliant.
And Zohran going on with Jon Stewart, eh?
Very cool.
What? Didn't want that. Alright, dorks. I'm gonna go grab me some water, head to the bathroom, and then we're going to yap about all the other topic that we have in the title card. Not too crazy.
Very cool. Very good. And I'll be right back, folks. We're sober rock, folks. So back. How are we doing this fine day? This fine night. Let me tell you, folks. I'm personally doing fantastic. So good. So good.
Be Endymion and clutches pearls because someone he doesn't know dislikes Trump and how ISIS conducted themselves. Breaking into people's homes without warrants, arresting U.S. citizens, profiling, ramming people off roads, killing people by mistake, bullying with badges. True. Licking their lick their boots like a good little boy by jumping to defend a stupid memes usage. True. Whine and cry that others stand up against what they consider dumb bullshit. True. Bring up a bunch of unrelated points about Halo like religious themes. Its music, game plot, and soundtrack's composer are and stupid shit to defend literal propaganda from the government because he has no idea what he's talking about and got his feelings hurt about a tweet completely unrelated to him. What have you become? Sorry to say, Angry Joe, but they've always been like this. Always been like this. Be a general snowflake about other people not liking ICE recruitment propaganda using shit without permission like they did with Pokemon. Call others retarded, like a big boy on the internet, while making retarded points to defend a trash meme. Did I miss anything? Pathetic, dude. You are better than this. No, they're not. No one has a problem with conservatives here. I also have conservative views. This propaganda poster was created by a mass police force alluding to human beings being the mutated flood which the UNSC destroys and kills with prejudice, but it's just a meme from an official professional government account that attracts a certain type of person, including you. That's cool, man. God bless your righteous mission, though. Keep licking those boots. He's so correct on that one. This is a really stupid response. Wait. I really pissed you off, didn't I? Sorry to say, Joe, but your beloved Halo series wasn't made by just people who agree with you politically 100%. I don't think Joe ever made that argument, by the way. That's very stupid. Halo is a religious game. It comes to the fact it's called Halo, Joe. No, it uses religious undertones and allegories. Yeah, it refers to religion, but it's not a religious game. There's no religious propaganda. Like, is it within the Christian religion to murder and call immigrants a bunch of fucking parasites or something? That's a little Nazi-esque, but okay. Plus, the government can use anything they want. No, they also have to adhere to copyright law. They can't just do anything. If people wanted to sue the government, they could for infringing upon their IP. So, okay. Which is literally free speech, by the way. But whatever. Because you can sue people for saying things that you don't like in order to have them stop using particular art and symbols in ways that you don't like. You can do that. It's not against the law. What more fucking idiotic shit did he say? Halo is a religious game. Oh god, it's not a religious game, dude. Like, where in, like, cause you have to ask this question, right? Like, where the fuck in Halo do they advocate for preaching the will and the word of God, or talk about the Ten Commandments, or any like, there's religious themings and undertones in fucking Halo. There's themes that they pull from. It's not a religious game. This is stupid. The government can use what they want. I'm not defending the government here. That's exactly what you're doing. I must fight. I cannot rest. I cannot relent. I must keep attacking. Very, very critical and very important to keep attacking. Oh, yeah, dude. La boo boo. That's all I have to say. Just la boo boo. Venezuela. There's a lot of barrels of oil that exist in Venezuela. 303 barrels of oil? Billion barrels of oil? Damn, it's a lot. lovely.
Very cool. Very good. Still getting attacked by the Phlegm Demons, of course. Anywho, we're gonna get started with this.
Matt Walsh talking about how transgenderism is effectively over. What does that exactly mean? Of course, I don't fucking know. What the hell does that even mean? Like, the ideology is over. People are no longer identifying as trans anymore, or some shit. No, dumbass. Like, it's not that it's over. This is not the decisive cultural win that conservatives have ever achieved. In fact, that trans people are not going away. They're being forced into the closet because of you people being complete fucking schizophrenic freaks about this. Again, we all know about the history of left-handedness, right? Like, when left-handedness was being heavily pursued, or, punished against, or whatever, it's the same thing with, like, any other fucking social movement. When people were more comfortable being left-handed, there was a backlash of it, and it got heavily fucking repressed. So a bunch of people are not identifying anymore as trans as much as they used to in comparison, because currently all the stupid fascistic far-right freaks are currently in power. And as soon as the fascistic far-right fucking freaks are no longer in fucking power, or it becomes more acceptable to become left-handed or whatever, to write with your fucking left hand, and we're no longer in as a culturally sort of reactionary conservative time, this is going to skyrocket and eventually just plateau, and that's it. But I'm more curious, what exactly is said in this fucking thread? Trans identification is in free fall amongst the young. Non-conforming sexual identity, queer questioning is also in sharp decline. Gay and lesbian are stable, while heterosexuality has rebounded by around 10 points since 2023. What happened at the start of 2023, for those who may not remember? Oh, it was fucking Transgate with Dylan Mulvaney. That's exactly what fucking happened. So, whoa, I'm supposed to shocked Pikachu face when a bunch of people are not openly identifying as much as queer or trans because of these schizophrenic fucking goddamn freaks having a complete fucking meltdown over the fact that trans people are real and they exist and they participate in society like anyone else. I'm shocked. Not only this, but freshmen in 2024 to 25 were less trans and queer than seniors, whereas in the reverse, when BTQ+, that'd be bi, trans, queer plus, I guess, was surging in 2022 to 2023, this suggests that a gender/sexual nonconformity will continue to fall. Will it, though? Because, again, like I mentioned before, the reason why this is happening is because of Transgate. Because of Dylan Mulvaney and the current cultural conservative backlash that fucking happened because of Dylan Mulvaney with literally just some fucking cans of Bud Light. And people felt like it was a lot less safe for them to openly identify as queer in any way, shape, or form. And then they decided to go back into the fucking closet. Again, graph of left-handedness withstanding, I anticipate that all of a sudden there's going to be a skyrocketing of people who are openly identifying as queer or trans or gay or bi or whatever as soon as, the conservatives are fucking out of power. Because this is always a thing that's happened consistently throughout history. What explains the sun reversal? It's not because the kids became less woke, more religious or more conservative. Those beliefs remained stable throughout the 2020s. Is it improved mental health? Yes, in part. Less anxious and especially depressed students is linked with a smaller share identifying as trans, queer, or bisexual. Well, that's a little fucking interesting. So you're telling me that healthcare improvements have made it such that people are identifying less and less as
queer and bisexual? Well, that's not always going to be the case, because very often a lot of people who are identifying as queer or trans or what have you often purport that they are doing much better mentally in terms of their health. Very, very often this is the case. More than likely, what is happening is, again, like I said before, thanks to Transgate, the stupid, idiotic, schizophrenic conspiracy theory ginned up by all the conservatives complaining over Dylan Mulvaney and the Bud Light fucking cans. Like, this is probably the primary reason for as to why a lot more people are not identifying as queer or being open about it more and more. Could it be because of mental health improvements? I don't necessarily think that's the main reason. I think that the mental health epidemic is still happening more and more and more because people's material conditions are not being addressed. That's the main issue. But are you going to have these people address any of those main problems? No, not really. Not at all. Because these people don't, in reality, they could give less of a shit about that, about those types of situations. Mental illness fell after the pandemic, but the sexuality and gender shifts have happened at least a year later. Again, what happened in 2023? Transgate. That's what happened. The decline in anxiety and depression occurred within trans, bisexual, and queer groups as much as among others. So it wasn't the case that most of these people who solved their emotional problems became heterosexual. The fall of trans and queer identifiers, whatever, seems most similar to the fading of a fashion or trend. I disagree with this. I think it's not because of a trend or a fad. It is because of Transgate. And I don't know if this Eric Kaufman individual knows about that. The main reason why people are not as open about their queer identities and are being forced to go into the closet is, again, Transgate with Dylan Mulvaney and the Bud Light fucking can. That's the main issue, right? Because of the conservatives having a fucking complete meltdown and basically trying to, well, essentially force queer people back into the fucking closet. That's the point. It's not because of improved mental health. I mean, that could potentially play a role. It's not because of a fucking fashion or a fucking trend. No. We are currently in the fascist administration of Donald Trump. And this is an administration that is explicitly anti-queer, anti-trans, and just wants to cause the suffering of a bunch of queer and trans people. That's the main reason as to why there is a current sort of decrease in people being forced to have to go back into the closet, because, again, this is also a thing that happened during the first Trump administration. A lot of people who were queer identifying were forced to have to go back into the closet because Donald Trump set up a permission structure for his, like, weird fucking freakazoid followers and supporters to basically go out and essentially openly be discriminatory against queer and gender nonconforming people. That is the main thing. It's not about them being, like, having mental health issues, but also because of a fashion or a trend. No. That's nonsensical. That is fucking ridiculous. If that were the case, there would be a significant increase of people who were detransitioning, and that's not really borne out. That's not really happening whatsoever. It is, in reality, people being forced to go back into the closet, which is exactly what dumbasses like Matt Walsh want. He wants queer people back in the fucking goddamn closet, so then he doesn't have to look at them because he thinks that they're icky and fucking stinky. Like, that's really what it is. He's just a stupid dumbass bigot who's nobody fucking likes, and he feels like he can just more and more be aggressive and open with his bigoted fucking beliefs because the current fascist administration is in power. Shocker, I know. It's really, really fucking simple. It is just, as the classic graph would show, it's this. It is just a bunch of fucking people being forced to be in the closet with their sexuality or their just with their sexuality because of the Dylan Mulvaney transcape sort of bullshit that happened in 2023. And that's purely what it is. But Matt Walsh and his ilk are going to celebrate shit like that because in reality, they just want to fucking murder all of these people. And it's really not any more simpler than that. I don't think there's really much else to say besides, Matt Walsh, you're a genocidal little fucking freak.
Very cool. Very good.
Okay. Top of the 18th. Oh, Jesus Christ. The series is tied at 1-1, and it's top of the fucking 18th inning, and it's still 5-5. Jesus fucking Christ. That's crazy. Literally 2 full games in one. That's crazy. Ay. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. Well, I guess it's time for Iraq 3 Electric Boogaloo. That's not a fucking term. I'm making it up right now. An invasion of Venezuela is looking more and more likely. U.S. troops being now deployed in Trinidad and Tobago. So, for those who may not know, Trinidad and Tobago is like right next to Venezuela, like literally a stone's throw from there specifically. It is genuinely insane just how fucking close it is right here. Like the quick reference on a map. That's Trinidad and Tobago. This is Venezuela. They are starting to deploy a bunch of fucking goddamn troops right next to it, and they're doing military exercises in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder why they're doing that and they're deploying them there on this like tiny little Caribbean island. I have no idea. Like a full 5-day visit full of military exercises. Yeah. I'm certain. You know, I thought Donald Trump was supposed to be the pro-peace guy and was against Iraq and everything. Oh, what's this? 9 months before the 2024 election, Trump said he wanted Venezuela to collapse so he can take them over for oil. Well, it appears that George W. Bush has now returned to office at this point. It's crazy. Like, hey, Trump supporters, I'm jingling the fucking keys here. I'm jingling the keys. I thought you guys hated the Iraq War. What happened? What happened? It's literally the exact same fucking shit, man. They're manufacturing consent, except this time it's not even about like weapons of mass destruction. He's just being blatant about it, saying like, yeah, I just want to take them over for the oil. All I care about is just getting the oil. I want the oil. That's all I care about. Oil, just give me the oil. I just want the oil. And it's just, I don't know. Like, what else can you say besides, wow, it is just as blatant and as clear as day as this. Like, there's no other way to fucking put it.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
Pro-peace president, guys. Oh, wait, what happened? Not to mention, the continued bombings, illegal bombings of the boats are still happening in international waters. And they are just random civilian boats. We now have more and more evidence to suggest that is the case, and they're just randomly bombing boats of like differing fucking countries. I think like it's gotten to the point where Gustavo Petro and his wife have been fucking sanctioned by the United States of America for what exactly? Apparently just saying like, can you not bomb our fucking civilians? Because Colombian citizens have also been getting bombed as a result of the shoot first, ask questions later policy that the Trump administration is taking in terms of stopping these quote-unquote narco boats, which have zero evidence whatsoever for trafficking a bunch of fucking drugs. And there's also no evidence, none whatsoever, that suggests that Nicolas Maduro also has anything to do in the trafficking of cocaine or fentanyl or any fucking drugs. Keep in mind, who are the guys who produce the most cocaine? That's Colombia that produces the cocaine. And there's no fentanyl facilities that exist within Venezuela. So it's nonsensical to suggest that Nicolas Maduro is a fucking narco-terrorist that's putting a bunch of drugs into the fucking United States of America. This is silly. It's stupid, and there's no evidence for this whatsoever. No, the point is relatively simple. He's trying to lazily manufacture consent for a fucking invasion of Venezuela. It's literally like they're calling this Iraq 3 Electric Boogaloo or some shit. But now in this like recent, I think, cabinet meeting that Trump had, it was not that long ago, he talks about the boat strikes, and he's talking about that the land is going to be next. Now, what does he mean by the land is going to be next? What, is he going to do attacks on other Central American countries with like tomahawks or something? Because he mentioned that during his meeting with Zelensky during that fucking cabinet meeting, where he said like, well, we need the tomahawk missiles so we can to protect the United States of America. And with like shit like this, is like, what, is he going to like start bombing random civilians in Mexico or some shit with fucking tomahawks or something? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? No, in reality, he wants them to start bombing random civilian targets within Venezuela. That's what he wants.
It was pretty amazing. But we have the Gulf of America, and there are very few boats, very, very few boats, not even fishing boats, to be honest. I don't want to do that to the fishing industry, but it's been so effective. And
the only reason why he's talking about the fishing industry here is simply just due to the fact that it's mostly been fishermen that have been getting bombed. Random fucking fishermen. Keep in mind, and this was for the first boat that he bombed. It was a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen that were coming back from Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we took a look at the map. It is not very, very far at all. Like, it's like literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from the Venezuelan coast, Trinidad and Tobago. It is very, very, very close by. So they were coming back from their fishing trip where they were going to Trinidad and Tobago. They were turning back from the fucking island, and then Trump decided to fucking bomb them anyways. So it's just like, okay, wow. No evidence given that they were narco terrorists. They were going to the island right next to them. Also, think about it this way logistically for 3 fucking goddamn seconds. If they were taking a speedboat, because it was just a speedboat with barely any fucking supplies, over to the United States of America, which is a couple thousand miles away through rather, I don't know, like potentially deep and rough seas that is also currently under fucking hurricane season right now, so I highly doubt that people are just going in random speedboats during fucking hurricane season. So don't think that's fucking happening. Like, do you really fucking believe for 1 fucking second that a bunch of random tiny ass speedboats are sailing over or driving over or whatever to the United States of America, where they can get intercepted in the territorial waters by the Coast Guard, which is the standard policy that you're supposed to do, but yeah, whatever. Not for these morons. It's bomb first, ask questions later for motherfuckers like this. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff. And that they would basically take a fucking tiny little boat in order to drop off some fentanyl into the United States of America, like in Florida somewhere or something, somewhere in the south. I'm trying to think about how this would work logistically, but the more and more that you think about it, the more and more idiotic it becomes, because again, it's not about like the drugs for this motherfucker. He just wants to invade Venezuela. He just wants another fucking Iraq. That's what he wants ultimately, because again, this motherfucker is still salty about the fact that his coup attempt in 2019 was such a miserable fucking failure.
Our sea drugs, as they call them, they use the term sea drugs, the drugs coming in by sea, are like 5% of what they were a year ago, less than 5%. So now they're coming in by land, and even the land is concerned, because I told them that's going to be next. You know, the land is going to be next, and we make...
Bro, are you going to start randomly just bombing the shit out of, I don't know, asylum seekers or something? Because again, most of the drugs that came in along the southern border came in through legal ports of entry. What, are you going to start bombing the places where people are going to claim asylum or something? Genuinely fucking insane.
We may go to the Senate, we may go to the, Congress and tell them about
totally.
it. But I can't imagine they'd have any problem with it. I think, in fact, while we're here, I think it's a good idea, Pete. You go.
None of them fucking agree with this. This is not going to... They're not going to seek congressional approval for all of this. Nobody wants this. Nobody in Congress, says that they want to have these fucking goddamn bombings, because, again, the Trump administration has basically presented zero fucking evidence. Zero evidence to suggest that there is a bunch of fucking narco boats carrying fentanyl into the United States of America coming from Venezuela, for fuck's sake. Nonsense.
Go to Congress, you tell them about it. What are they going to do? Say, gee, we don't want to stop drugs pouring in. They're killing 300,000 people a year. I think that's the real number, 300,000 people a year. So between
what happened
that
to 300 million?
and my discussion with President Xi, I think we have never made...
Nonsense. There's no evidence. This is just like some schizophrenic conspiracy theory that he's conjured up in his old man brain. It's so fucking stupid. But now we also have the deployment of a fucking carrier. The USS Gerald R. Ford is now making its way to the coast of Venezuela. Keep in mind, this is the US's, I think, largest carrier, where it has 90 fucking airplanes on it. Airplanes, helicopters, what craft have you. It's a giant floating fucking city meant to basically bomb the shit out of a fucking country. Like, that's the point of this. So the Pentagon said on Friday that it was deploying the the United States' most advanced aircraft carrier to the Caribbean, a major escalation in the Trump administration's war against drug cartels. No. It's not in the war against drug cartels. He's attempting to manufacture consent, rather lazily, for an invasion of fucking Venezuela. That's all that it is. Oh, 1000%, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, this is going to be, no different than fucking Panama. It's one for one, for fuck's sake, almost. that provides the resources to start conducting strikes against targets on the ground. The move will bring in the USS Gerald Ford, with dozens of stealth fighter jets and surveillance aircraft in addition to other warships that accompany the carrier. They're like literally a carrier strike group. It is meant to be an invasion force. In addition to other warships that accompany the carrier to the coast of Venezuela as it nears the end of its current deployment in the Mediterranean. Sending the carrier strike group to the Caribbean is the clearest sign to date that the administration intends to dramatically expand the scope of its lethal military campaign from hitting small boats alleged to be carrying drugs bound for the U.S. on the land. The supercarrier has dozens of F-18 Super Hornet jets that increase the offensive firepower and the ability for the U.S. to hit air defense systems in Venezuela that would clear the way for U.S. special operations or drones to destroy land-based targets. We already know where I think it's not Blackwater, it's Black Mist. These guys are like, I watched a Bell the Fifth Column video about this. These guys are like the top secret fucking super crazy dudes, okay? Like more than Delta Force, more than like the fucking SEALs, than the CIA. These guys are like shadows in the fucking night. If they make a fucking movement known, they make sure that they let you know about it. Otherwise, you're not going to hear a peep from these motherfuckers. Like, these guys are like the covert ops of covert ops, and there are reports saying that those motherfuckers are currently deployed in Venezuela doing covert ops. Sabotage, maybe assassination hits, it could be fucking anything. Because again, like, we all know what the point of this is. It's all about creating the necessary conditions for the U.S. military to invade Venezuela, which is going to be a complete fucking quagmire. I think even Nicolas Maduro himself has been talking about how the Trump administration just wants to start another forever war, and I can't really fucking disagree with that whatsoever. It's just going to be another fucking quagmire. It's literally going to be Iraq 3, because he's just invading them for the fucking oil. He himself has said, like, oh, listen, we destabilized the country, and now we want to take it over for the oil. It's all about the oil. It's genuinely insane, dude. The expanded naval presence will bolster U.S. capability to detect, monitor, and disrupt illicit actors and activities that compromise the safety and prosperity of the U.S. homeland and our security in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, man, because random speedboats allegedly taking drugs to the United States that are mostly headed to Trinidad and Tobago in order to fucking do some fishing is going to threaten the prosperity and safety of the United States of America. Like, genuinely fucking insane what is being said here. From Caracas, Nicolas Maduro slammed the enhanced U.S. military presence. They've promised they would never get involved in a war, and they are fabricating a war, the Venezuelan president told state media later on Friday. For weeks, the Trump administration has been eyeing escalating its campaign against the drug cartels, as well as its efforts to destabilize the Venezuelan president's government after an initial campaign of strikes on at least 9 alleged drug trafficking boats. I believe the death toll for those people have now reached 44. I think it's 44 people have just been extrajudiciously killed by the Trump administration. Again, there's a reason why the main way you take care of this is by boarding them and asking some fucking questions and doing searches and seizures. That's how it works. Not just, again, like I've been saying here consistently, bombing first and asking questions later. Because again, the point of all this is that he just wants to do the fucking invasion because he's still salty about the fact that his 2019 coup attempt was a miserable fucking failure. Donald Trump also confirmed to reporters at the White House on Thursday that the next stage of his military campaign was to hit targets on the ground. The land is going to be next, Trump said. The land drugs are much more dangerous for them. It's going to be much more dangerous. You'll be seeing that soon. Again, like, they all come through legal points of entry. Like, is he going to just start bombing random fucking people that may or may not have drugs on them or something? Like, that's like the only fucking conclusion of this. It's fucking insane. Trump did not discuss which targets and which countries the U.S. intended to strike. Of course he didn't, because it's stupid. But he directed the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was seated beside him at the White House event about curbing the flow of illegal drugs into the United States, to notify Congress about the administration's plan. I don't think many people are going to go along with this stuff because it's fucking nuts. Asked whether he would declare war against the cartels, Trump suggested he would continue with individual strikes. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country, okay? We're going to kill them, and they're going to be dead. To be, like, dead. Like, the cruelty is the point, man. Like, I don't have to keep reiterating just how fucking illegal this is. He's just doing this because he thinks he's like a big old sort of macho man or some shit, and he just wants to fucking kill people, man. He just wants to kill people. Like, the point is the abhorrence. The point is the illegality. Like, these people have, like, no scruples, and you should not have any sympathy for these motherfuckers. They just want to fucking murder people extrajudiciously because they feel like they can just get away with it. And currently, like, they are just getting away with it. Congress is not doing anything to fucking stop any of this stuff. Like, they're just doing nothing about it. And it's no limiting of their fucking War Powers Acts, no limiting of or doing of anything. And I mean, this is just the broader sort of consequences of Barack Obama allowing for, well, further consolidation of the judiciary, of the executive to just do whatever the fuck they want, right? Like, because Barack Obama also just randomly drone struck a bunch of people who he suspected to be terrorists, quote unquote. No evidence was generally presented of that, and most people just got randomly fucking bombed. Like, even like U.S. citizens got bombed under Obama. And same thing happened with Trump. The first raid he conducted during the first like part of his fucking term in his presidency killed like a 6-year-old girl, like an American fucking 6-year-old. Like, it's genuinely fucking insane. And I've been saying this is just the broader sort of byproducts and consequences of the further consolidation of power in the fucking executive. Just, it's like, whatever, we're just gonna keep bombing the shit out of people, who cares? Trump announced what appeared to have been the first strike on a boat on the 3rd of September, releasing a brief video of the attack. In the weeks that followed, the administration announced more strikes without disclosing details other than the number of people killed and the claim that the boats had carried drugs. I don't think they were carrying drugs. Since the start of the military campaign, the administration has provided a dubious legal justification for the strikes, claiming the boats were affiliated with designated terrorist organizations, or DTOs, with which the United States was in a non-international armed conflict, The Guardian has reported. Yeah, it's because he declared a bunch of cartels to be terrorist organizations. That's not how that works. They're not selling fucking drugs into the United States for political reasons. That's how terrorism works, but whatever. It's generally born out of a want to make a statement politically. That's how terrorism works, but this motherfucker doesn't care about that. He's just going to list whoever he thinks is a fucking terrorist, so then he has broad sort of powers to do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, that's the entirety of the point of all this. The administration has nonetheless provided no concrete evidence to date that those killed in the boat strikes were smuggling drugs to the U.S. In briefings to Congress, Pentagon officials in essence said the boats were legitimate targets because Trump has designated them as assets of cartels seen to be DTOs. People familiar with the matter said the military campaign has also drawn in the Central Intelligence Agency. Trump confirmed on October 15th that he had authorized so-called covert action by the CIA in Venezuela. Very, very stupid thing of him to admit. So now people are just going to be trying to find very, very suspicious people who may be doing covert actions, for fuck's sake. Like, oh yeah, I got the covert guys doing covert stuff in Venezuela. It's like, okay, you don't say that, man. Very fucking stupid. Now, that's also another thing that we've looked at before. Like, we all know about all the covert bullshit that's going on in Venezuela. Because, again, the point is that he just wants to invade the country because he's still salty about the fact that, oh, his fucking coup attempt in 2019 was an abject, miserable failure. The Guardian has reported that the CIA has been providing a bulk of the intelligence used in the airstrikes. So, that's great. Fantastic. Now there's a fucking carrier group, and more consent is being manufactured in order to do an invasion of Venezuela. All for the express purpose of getting more fucking oil. Welcome back, George W. Bush. It's good to see that you are back in the fucking seat of power, and that basically another fucking Iraq is being justified by now the most idiotic fucking buffoon. Like, at least with Colin Powell, there was the excuse of fucking WMDs. This time, it's just fucking blatant. They're just saying it. Like, yeah, it's all about the oil. We want the oil. And that's it. That's it. He just wants the fucking oil. Because he thought his like stupid coup attempt back in 2019 was going to also collapse the fucking country. And it honestly, it doesn't get any more fucking blatant than this. It's just going to be another fucking quagmire. It's going to be another fucking forever war that's being justified by this absolute fucking buffoon. And that's the entirety of the point. It's just another forever war. It's genuinely fucking insane. By the way, Republicans, whatever happened to this guy being the pro-peace candidate? What happened? What happened to the fucking pro-peace candidate? Bubby. It turns out this motherfucker was never fucking pro-peace to begin with, and this was all about, just doing whatever it fucking takes in order to justify the absolute fucking abhorrence that this dumbass in power, this stupid fucking moron, to basically just carry out, I don't know, his will in order to just like strike and just randomly fucking kill people. Like, that's all that it is with Trump, fundamentally speaking. He just wants to do everything possible in order to make the lives of people significantly fucking worse. I don't think there's really much else to say besides whatever happened to our heckin'-based pro-peace candidate and president that's currently in power, Republicans. What happened to that? Oh, yeah, it was always a bunch of fucking bullshit to begin with, just like all the fucking wars that this motherfucker allegedly fucking ended. Complete utter bullshit from these complete charlatans. It's my channel's first birthday? A year from your first video, it's time to reflect and celebrate. Really? That's crazy. Huh. Why are views higher than usual? More people were interested in you. This could mean viewers watched for longer or chose to watch your videos more often when they were recommended. Look at me, I'm doing so well. Very good, very cool. I'm so heckin' based and epic. I mean, some things have been catching pretty well in the algorithm. Which has been leading to a pretty nice little bump in subscriber growth. That's why we're at 280 right now, because a bunch of shit just caught in the algorithm. Whole bunch of stuff just caught. We take it, folks. Alright, but for now we have to raid out to someone. Why don't we raid out to... Why don't we raid out to Surus? Let's do that. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. Transfer with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the Wow with the Daho raid. That's how we show appreciation. Those are in case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be continuing our Factorio adventures. I'm eventually gonna have to get some boats, don't I? Yes. And then kill a bunch of stuff. Yes. That's one thing that we're gonna have to do. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, more Factorio, and I don't know if there's going to be much yapping. I mean, the news has been kind of dead so far, not a lot going on. But, you know, I'll figure something out. I always figure something out. Any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.